All right, checking in from a 6-hour stream. Looks like I hit 99 archaeology and got a whole bunch of stuff. I'm going to look through. Let me get the... Oh, and I got the pet. That's actually really good. Chance to preserve. Uh, let's get the skill cape, because I am going to use that right away. Probably actually a little deep in the 99, which is unfortunate, but I couldn't check in during stream, of course. Yeah, I'm like halfway to 100. That's okay. I've got the cape now. That's what matters. Let me go ahead and get rid of this summoning cape, because I'm never going to use that. Now the question is, what do I want to do? Museum, we should turn in one of everything that I got, at least. Where that gets me. Got a bunch of large war gems, that's neat. Show artifacts. So we're done with tiny, we're done with large. Literally just medium, which is the one I specialized in. It's cool. And I think I can actually get I can cheese the last one by taking this charged ancient quiver and upgrading it into the actual final artifact, and I can just turn that in? Question mark? Totally can. That's cool. I don't think it shows as me having found it. Oh no, it does. It's legendary. All right, well, that was the main thing I wanted to do here, so I don't really need the XP. I guess I'd like to get to 100 because there's another dig site. I'm sure I'm going to come back to this one, and maybe this is what I'll leave it on overnight. But I still really badly want to unlock the place with the new tools. So I'm going to go back to the secret mines here and see if I can get that. I think the cape is giving me +1 to every tool, so I should be a little bit more likely to get what I'm going for here. Archaeology is such a cool skill. I think I can turn these 544 old headless arrows into like 56,000 headless arrows. That's pretty useful, actually. All right, so I still haven't gotten this map that I'm going for. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to improve the Bazaar map to perfect. There's like 9 artifacts here that are pretty easy to get, because I'm really close to getting the 150 artifact threshold, which gives me a bunch of virtual tool levels, which should improve my chance to get stuff here. So hopping over to cartography and I'll make this map perfect. All right, finished making it perfect. I think I'm actually going to mix it between tiny and small artifacts, because no need for medium and large, and there's very rare like legendary items at both tiny and small. So we'll do tiny. Do I need chance to double? I don't think I really do. I don't need multiple copies of most of the items from here. I'd probably just take the mastery, tiny and small. Interval, I'm always going to take interval. Do mastery again, and then +1 base primary resource I think is always worth taking. Just because you can always donate one of them to the museum. All right, so we go back to archaeology, we go to the bazaar. Gonna do everything here. Re-equip for arch. So the idea here is that there is a very rare small artifact that lets you upgrade the infernal cape, and it's like a really good upgrade, and it's extremely accessible. I probably should have gone for it a long time ago, since this is such a low level dig site. It gives you like 1% DR and a bunch of extra accuracy on the infernal cape, so pretty good stuff. This should get me to 140. There we go. And I just need to squeeze out 150. Might end up depositing these boots. So like I want them for mining, but I'm not going to be doing a substantial amount of mining until I finish up with archaeology anyway, because archaeology has so many good unlocks for like every other skill. Another nice thing here, this ancient woven bag is an alternative way to get basic bags for crafting. Your other way to do it is via thieving. I think it might actually be faster once you max everything else out. If you just made a bizarre dig site that was just for bags, you could get a ton extremely quickly, I think. But I'm done with all of the large artifacts and all of the medium artifacts, so I can just let it go on tiny and small. I'm going to see if I can pull the rare ones, because I only need, how many more now? 4 more? All right, I've gotten enough here that I'm 1 short of the bonus, so I'm going to go ahead and turn in the boots. I'll get them again later. +1 to all tool levels is great. Now I'm going to go back to trying to get this thing here. Yeah, that increased my medium artifact chance by like 2%, which is pretty good for how many actions I have to do here. For reference, this is the current situation with the bazaar. I've got all of the common, uncommon, and rare stuff. Rare stuff's pretty reasonable to go for, or at least is now. I don't think it was when I first started archaeology, but now that I have so many tool bonuses, it's pretty reasonable. Hey, finally got it. Shipment chart. Fantastic. That was really fast. I guess maybe you could look at the last cloud save, but it was like minutes from when I recorded most recently. So let me go ahead and turn this in. And cartography, we should just be able to find a new dig site somewhere. Man, it's really hard to see. I'll find it. Hold on. Here it is, Ancient Forge. So we travel there. I'll say 1.8 million or whatever. You go back to the monolith. I realize I can move around on this map without switching skills. That's good to know. And then I'm going to go ahead and make sure I've got everything equipped here correctly. I think I do. Go ahead and upgrade this guy. Creation. Upgrade. There we go. Kind of a hard decision here. What size artifact do we go for? Because we have to get a ton of every tier of artifact in order to get all the tool upgrades. I think the argument for me is to do the brush, so the medium tier. And the reasoning for that is that I need several hundred dark steel ore to be able to upgrade tools after ancient. And I get dark steel ore from actually the mine that I was just at, the secret mines. So if I can have a better medium tool, I can get more dark steel ore faster. I can upgrade the medium brush all the way and then be ready to upgrade the other ones. I might end up making more than one map for this place eventually. It takes me about 30 minutes to make a new perfect map from scratch. But I'll start by double focusing medium, I think. And then we'll see what the situation is when I'm done getting that. I shouldn't need, I think you technically need 400 dark steel bars. Hold on, let me check. Yeah, 400, but because you make the dark steel bars in smithing, it benefits from preservation chance and benefits from doubling. So I probably need closer to like 200 ore, which is pretty achievable, I think. Every time I upgrade one of these maps and I like do it and I get up and I go make a hot dog or something and come back and it's done, it's incredible. It justifies the 16 days of grind to max out cartography. Okay, so now I have this. Oh, I have to refine the map, don't I? Let me do that fast. We're going to do all medium, the Ancient Forge. I think that that's reasonable. We do chance to double, because that'll save me time if I do happen to double. Medium again, interval, chance to double, +1 base resource. Okay. And then I'm just going to run all 4 categories, and I'm probably just going to do it overnight, and we'll see what I wake up with here, because it is pretty rare to get them. Yeah, I need 1 from every category, and I think it's in the rare tier. And what might actually be very rare, which is going to take a long time if it's very rare. I have to double check that. I'm not sure. I got a bunch of stuff here. I got blacksmith tongs, which are kind of cool. Decent thing to use in smithing, so I'll go ahead and make sure that that's available and locked. Cool. Oof, confirmed. It is, in fact, very rare. So that's like 1 roll per hour, I think, on average, if I'm just focusing that category. And I need to get a total of 15 of them. So my doubling chance is 56%. I guess that means on average I double every other hole, right? So I can use that to calculate how many hours it should take, I think. Yeah, so on average I get 3 when I do happen to roll it successfully. So that means I have to get 5 pulls on average. I could get lucky and double like all of them, right? And get 4, 8, 12, 16, but that's unlikely to happen. So I think it's like an average like 90 minutes if I just focus one category. I'm not going to focus a category, at least not for now. Because I'm going to be letting it run so long and I need so many of them that I may as well just let it run in every category. I might do it soon though. But I guess that means the total amount of time since I have to do it for 4 different categories is going to be like 20 hours, I think, to get all the tool upgrades. But I guess that's good because I need to level up Archaeology anyway. I'd probably be leaving it overnight for 20 hours over the course of the next couple weeks anyway. And hopefully I can pump up my mastery checkpoints here because getting to 50% seems pretty gigantic. Getting to 95% seems even more gigantic, but 3 levels in every tool is huge. It's like plus 6% chance to get everything instead of getting nothing, because you get nothing a lot, especially in early archaeology. And there's 160 artifacts donated. Next big threshold is 175. I get another piece of the skilling outfit. Fortunately, when I let that crystal shatterer run earlier, it drops the pure crystal binding dust, which is what you require to get the upgrade. So you get ancient and then dark steel and then crystal. So I'll be able to go straight to crystal once I get the requisite amount of dark steel. It's got the elusive boots, which I think are competitive with, if not strictly better than the sand shredders at a lot of content. It gives you a 1% attack interval buff every hit, I guess. So I guess it's every hit, not every attack, which maybe changes the calculus a little bit. But maybe it depends on what weapon you have. If it's like already a fast weapon, it might take a little while before it accrues the minus 0.1 second bonus of the sand treaders. That is what the sand treaders are, right? I have them somewhere. I need to get more bank tabs soon. There it is. Yeah, 0.1 seconds. So I can do the math and figure out how many hits does it take for this to at least match that. But it also comes with 3% DR, so that makes it better in a lot of cases. And the evasion is kind of nice, but not necessary, obviously. I guess it depends on whether it rounds up. I'll try it out at some point. If it rounds up from 1% to, 0.1 seconds is the minimum amount of interval reduction it can offer, then it is just basically better for anything that you're able to hit once. You would probably still use the sand treaders if you're like one-shotting it like a goblin or something. But other than that, I think you'd use these most of the time. And the last rare one I just got, the Ancient Magic Hammer. I'm going to go ahead and equip that over to smithing as well. It's a consumable, but it reduces the smithing interval, which could be pretty clutch in certain situations. So we'll see how many thousands of these I get by the time I get all the tool upgrades. I now have one of every rare, so I just have the tools to get and a couple legendaries. So I'm just going to select everything and let it go overnight. I think if my calculation is correct, I shouldn't overcap on any of them from like 10 hours or so of AFKing it if I let every tool go. All right, pumped to be checking in on 9 hours of archaeology. I hated checking in on cartography because it was never anything interesting. Okay, this is a lot to review. 6 magic anvils is great. I need a total of 10 before this grind is done. All right, so 8 brushes, 4 trowels, 12 sieves, and 8 shovels. So that's not quite what I would have expected based on the way I upgraded the map. But it's pretty good. That means that the sieve is actually super close. Okay, I'm just going to continue to let it run here. I do have access to the castle ruins now. Decide if I want to pop over there, question mark. The reason to pop over there is to see if I can get the 175 artifact threshold, but I'm not sure if that's going to be possible. Let me look into it. Looks like I have gotten one of every item from the Ancient Forge, so that's cool. Like I said, I need the magic anvil. I need 10 of them total. And old relic plating I might hold on to because there's a really good shield you can make. Great DR that you get that involves using that. Fortunately, I have to spend all of these to donate, though, which is fine. Fortunately, since you only need 15 of these like ancient items, it's okay to donate one because I'm always going to get an even number of them anyway, right? All right, so the level 100 dig site requires I get something from monuments. So I'm going to go back and improve this map to perfect and then try to dig up. It's only like rare, so it shouldn't be too hard to get. It's not very rare like a lot of these things are. All right, monuments dig site fully upgraded. I don't know what I was thinking here. I guess small and large is fine. Those are going to be the two I'm going to need for monuments eventually. Let's do interval. I don't think I need chance to double. Probably just take mastery. One primary resource is always worth it. Okay. So back to Arch, over to Monuments. I think small and large is actually the way to go. Yeah, because I need to get, there's a very rare I need from small that'll let me finish surveying the map. Don't think I need any doubling for any of this. I'm just going to switch to Mastery, I guess. All right, we'll see how it goes. Just got the old crafting gloves, which are another nice minor upgrade for crafting. I love all the skills that are touched by archaeology. It's really great. And just got the navigation chart, which is what I came here for. Cool. Let me go ahead and donate these. I'll come back for the very rare cartography map artifact later. It's called Melantis Clue, I think. There we go. So we're at 170 now. So if I go to cartography, I think I can just travel here. Go. Castle Ruins, travel back here. And I'm going to go ahead and upgrade that map because it takes like no time to do. Make sure I still have the crown equipped because it's pretty significant resource savings. Castle Ruins. Creation. There we go. All right, there's perfect. I have to decide how I want to refine it. Look at what drops from it. I don't really want any particularly rare items from this one. I mean, I guess you get a King's Crown from medium, but it's not that rare. And then there's a Dark Steel two-handed sword that I don't think is better than what I currently have access to. It might be. It requires level 85 attack. That one's large, but that's the rarest one. So I guess we take that. Maybe I'll just do large and medium. I don't really care about doubling on this one, I don't think. We probably just take, I guess it's a high level dig site, so we can do skill XP. And we'll do large, interval, XP. Primary resource gain is a windmill slam for me. All right, Castle Ruins. Let's go down here. Let's select the dig site, and we want to get everything. Re-equip my good shit. And since I don't care about doubling, we'll do the skill ring. And 960 XP per pulse, pretty good. All right, this should be the archaeology pants, I think. Archaeologist leggings. All right. That was probably worth dipping out for. Let me make sure that it shows up, and we'll go ahead and equip it here. And I probably don't want to spend too much more time at this dig site because I want to finish getting my tool upgrades before I do substantially more training anywhere else. Let's see what I've already done here. Finish getting all the uncommons and I guess the rares just because it gets me closer to more museum stuff, and then I'll head back and try to get these tool upgrades. Got the peasant shirt, which is one of the main reasons I came here. It's really good. 8% chance to preserve resources, but 30% global GP down, which almost doesn't matter for any of the skills where you're preserving resources. I want to preserve resources in firemaking, cooking, smithing, leching, crafting, runecraft, herb lore. Don't think it works in agility. Summoning for sure. Don't think it works in astrology. And definitely cartography is going to be a big one. That's going to help a lot with saving on paper. That's a huge drop. 8% is really great. It's going to get me closer to the cap on that. Small lockbox is kind of crazy, actually. It has tons of things you need for the Fez. I already have most of these done. I think I'm done with the defense amulet, the glory, and the strength, but I think I still need accuracy and ranged. And you get so many of them, and it's really easy to farm for, it seems like. It's from here, right? Yeah, it's uncommon small, so I could just target farm that and get everything I need for the Fez. At least from these kinds of items. Ugh, so unfortunate. I had 11 ancient civs and decided to just try to clear out the civs on the argument that if I can get to 15, I can go ahead and make the tool and then not search this one anymore and have a higher chance to get the other ones. But since I had 11, I was hoping to get the like 50% chance to double and be done, but I got 2. The next time it drops, I'll be done, but I might go over. We'll see what happens. I was a little unlucky. I got 2 back-to-back civ drops, so I didn't have a chance to swap off of it. So I've got way more than enough now. Let me go ahead and buy that. Go. And I can probably do the dark steel upgrade, but I don't have that much dark steel on me. I have like 39, which I think with preservation and doubling will be enough to get bars to make one tool. But since I have to gather more dark steel, I'm going to try to hold out and get the brush, I think. The shovel is the next closest. That's kind of funny. RNG things, I guess. I guess my chance to pull a medium artifact isn't that much higher than the other ones. I'll try to focus it for now while I'm able to pay attention to the game. But if I go inattentive for stream, I'm just going to maximize the search area, right, to not overcap on any of them. Actually, care of the peasant shirt, I think I can get to the preservation cap here of 80%. I'm going to do this really quick and just see how many bars it produces, as that'll guide my decisions going forward. So we want to wear peasant shirt and the crown of relics. That gets us straight to 80%. And we want to maximize doubling wherever possible. So I want that ring. Guess everything else doesn't really matter here. Yeah, let me just create these and see how much I end up making. I was able to spend a bunch of mastery pool pumping this up to 80 just because you get so much extra mastery pool in smithing compared to basically every other skill. 80% preservation is nuts. Like, you basically never use the resource. Really strong. Sweet, I was able to stretch it to at least 300 bars. That'll pay for 3 of my tools right away. And then I only have to do a little bit more archaeology to get a couple more ores to finish out the 400 total. Made it to 360 from 39 ore. That's pretty far. I'm actually kind of impressed with that. All right, back to this project. Equip everything relevant here. Okay. We want doubling still. So I can go ahead and just get this dark steel sieve and then immediately go to the crystal sieve because I've got the money and the crystal binding dust, and then the relic sieve I'm not going to be able to get for a long time. And it requires 118 archaeology, so I'm not really missing out on anything there. All right, it's taking quite a bit longer to get these brushes here. I need to get one more double drop. I did get up to 9 magic anvils. I don't have 10 because I had to turn one into the museum. So hopefully I get one before I get these brushes. I don't want to spend too much more time at this tool site. Maybe I'll just get a lucky drop, get this one. At least I know I only need one more drop to finish the magic anvils. It's a pretty good shop unlock. It's a 10% chance to gain an extra resource in smithing, which would be useful for like making dark steel ore, for example. Well, seconds after I said that, I got my double drop for the brush. So the brush is done. I guess I'll come back for the anvil later. Maybe I'll do it at the end when I have basically everything else done here. Let's go ahead and do, I guess next up would be the shovel, since I'm the next closest to finishing that one up. I actually only need one more relic plating drop, which is a very rare drop, to be able to make the relic shield, which is an incredible damage reduction shield. That might actually be better than the Dragonfire shield at some content. All right, picking up the ancient brush, and then the dark steel brush, and then the crystal brush. So I just need shovel and trowel now. All right, I got the double shovel drop, which means that I only need to get one more drop that doesn't need to be doubled. Hopefully I will also get the relic plating, but maybe I won't be so lucky since I wasn't lucky on the magic anvil. All right, I'm not gonna be able to get these shovels in time. I gotta go live with stream here, and if I AFK it during all of stream, even if I do both the trowel and the shovel, that I'll overdo it. I don't want to do that, so I want to do something at least productive in the meantime. I think what I'll do is I'm going to head back to the castle ruins and just excavate. That'll get me a bunch of XP, and I'll focus more on XP here because I don't think I really need anything. Maybe mastery is the better way to go, because I think mastery is going to be pretty important in the long term, since if I can get to this 50% checkpoint, really substantial increase in tool levels, like way better than I'm getting from actually getting the tools. So I'll let this go and I'll come back and update in a few seconds from your perspective. All right, I'm back from a shorter than expected stream. Got a whole bunch of stuff in Archaeology 104. We get another dig site at 105. Let's donate stuff to the museum here. Okay, that's 180. One book of prayers, goblin portrait, hunting trophy, golden bow. Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty reasonable to get to 200, and that's the final piece of the archaeology set, which has a pretty nice set bonus when I eventually go for it. I don't know if I can use any of this stuff. I think the golden bow is kind of interesting as a early game ranged weapon. Pretty sure the goblin portrait is useless. Hunting trophy is useless. The lockbox key is useless. This is kind of cool. Chancers are prayer points, and max hit up based on how much you're spending on prayer. So I'll hold on to that. I don't know that I'll ever use it, but it's at least kind of interesting. I'm going to go back to the Ancient Forge here. How close am I to a level? Very far. Back to the Ancient Forge and try to finish getting this upgrade that I was going for. Ancient Shovel, I need to get 1 drop of that, and then we can work on the trowel. I probably won't be doing the tier of dig site that I need to get more of these lock boxes. So I'm just going to open this. 337 small lock boxes should help me a bit on the path to the Fez, and it absolutely does. Goddamn. That's a pretty big time save, I think. So let's see. Of the things it just gave me, I don't need most of these. I'm already done. I guess I need an Elite Amulet of Range, to which I have an extra one from Cartography. Gotta get too much shit in my bank here. My first Elite Amulet of Accuracy, I think. Yeah, okay, so I have the Accuracy Amulet. What do I still need, honestly? It's probably the easier way to figure this out. I need one of Magic. Should be able to make another one of Range now. Where are these sorting to? Stupid. Hold on. I found it. I had it in another tab for some reason. So let's upgrade this guy. There we go. So now to make the Fez, I just need 1 Amulet of Magic, right? Because I gave me a free one. Okay. And then I have to get 10 total Amulets of Fury and 10 total Amulets of Torture. I have 1 Fury and 4 Torture. So that's actually becoming a pretty reasonable grind. I'm entering into a situation where I can monitor the game, but I can't record. So as soon as I get to 15 shuffles, I'm going to switch over to get the trowels next. I'll come back and report when that's done. Well, I certainly curse myself by saying that, because notice how much time has passed since I left. It's been like 2 hours. I still haven't gotten a single shovel drop. I think on average I should get one every 40 minutes or so. So hopefully that catches back up here. All right, well, again, if I left this overnight, it'll overkill. I only need 1 more shovel drop, but I gotta go to bed. So I think I'm gonna monitor it from my phone for a little bit just to see how much I can get, and then I'll swap to the castle ruins and let that run overnight, just for XP reasons. Still need to get the very rare and the legendary from castle ruins. All right, so I babied it on my phone a bit last night. I got the shovel upgrade. I'll show you here in a second. See what I got. 2 archaeology levels from AFKing. The castle ruins, I think. Yeah, so I already have the crystal shovel, and I got enough things for the ancient trowel, so I'll go ahead and do that, but I'm going to have to go get 40 more dark steel bars, so that's probably going to be my current project. I left it AFK on the castle ruins to get XP, and it looks like I have almost everything now except for the large legendary item, which I don't think is an thing that actually matters. The King's Crown that I got, actually got a bunch of these, that's funny. 40% global GP. That would be really good for, like, pickpocketing. So, might end up actually using that. Don't think anything else that dropped is actually useful. I don't think so. We're past the 50% checkpoint now, which is huge. That's makes a gigantic difference here. Yeah, I'm already at like 76% chance to get something whenever I pull an artifact, so that's quite powerful. I want to check out the cathedral now that I can access it, so I have to go improve this map to perfect, which is what I'm going to do next. And then after that, I think I'm going to try to finish getting where was it? It's the secret mines, I think. I have to get a little bit more dark steel, and then hopefully my preservation chance can make it stretch. Yeah, so actual order of operations, I'm trying to get a little bit more dark steel ore first. I think each time I get a drop, I'll run over to smithing and see how many bars I can turn it into, because I can squeeze a lot of bars out of a single ore. I got one drop of 2 dark steel ore, and it was enough to get me up to 77 from 60. So I probably need to get like 1 or 2 more drops from archaeology. Can move on. That's the secret mines. All right, got another 4 drop of dark steel ore here. This might be enough to get me to. I just have to get to 100 at the bottom here with preservation and doubling. I think we're gonna make it. I think I'm already past the point where it's completely safe. I'd likely get 103 because I can use 3 of them to make the dark steel shield, which has some niche applications with the plus bleed. Yep, got it. Fantastic. Just barely have enough. Now I don't have to do it anymore. All right, so we'll do this dark steel trowel and the crystal trowel, and now I have all of my tools as high a level as they possibly can be until level 118. So next project is to create a cathedral dig site map. Go ahead and top this off. I have to equip all of my interval reduction. You do want to maximize resource preservation here. The map refinement cost. That just affects the money cost, which I really don't care about. Go. All right, finished perfecting the cathedral map. Get back to archaeology here. I want to get everything. Start with excavate here. Equipped. I don't know if I need multiple copies of things. If I want loot doubling, probably do actually. Oh, I need to refine the map. That's right. Shit. Hold on. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Totally am. We actually want large because the dark altar is super rare, and as is the ancient wall chart that I need for the next dig site. So we do large artifact value. I think we maybe do doubling here because you get candles and candelabras, which are amazing for their interval buff for every skill. Although here, maybe skill XP is more important because I can eventually make a separate map. If I'm going to be focusing on large artifacts, I don't really need extra copies of items. Well, I guess extra copies of the Dark Altar shave off time spent getting the Dark Altar. So yeah, I think we do take chance to double. Large, interval, chance to double, primary resource gain. Okay, great. Now we can do this. Base chances are looking pretty high now, which is really nice to see. I might end up wanting to pump this up to 50 just to get this base level higher. I think the Ring of Faith is pretty helpful. The Prayer Idol is amazing. The Prayer Idol gives you 1,000 prayer points, and it's like a 1 in 4 to pull. So I'll have tons of prayer points by the time I'm done with this grind. Ring of Faith, Prayer Idol, Candelabra, Candles. There we go. That's for getting 190. And then if we get to 200, we get the finally finished the archaeology set, which is a really, really nice set bonus. So I'm probably going to want to equip that as soon as possible. I don't think I'm able to get it just from this place. Yeah, I've got like right now. It used to be that all of the common, uncommon artifacts were quote unquote free to get, and the rare ones were a little tricky, and the very rare and legendaries were like multiple hours of investment. Now it's more like the rare one is free to get, the very rare is like an hour of investment, and then the legendary is several hours. What I'll probably do to make sure I can get this full equipment set is after I get all of the commons, uncommons, and rares, I'm going to go back to earlier dig sites and try to pick up the rares just to try to squeeze out 200 artifacts donated because I think that's going to be pretty huge for this grind. And the candelabra gives you chance to preserve resources, which is great to have another source of that. I'm probably going to use a bunch of those when I do herblore, for example. Go ahead and upgrade these though. Does use a lot of regular candles, I guess. This one problem is I don't think this works for. I don't think the chance to preserve affects dig site action, so maybe using it for archaeology is not the best application. How are we doing here? Actually, I don't need to do tiny artifacts at all anymore. Like I don't need more copies of the Ring of Faith, so that helps me shrink down the search size here. If I can get the third medium thing, I can drop medium as well. I can see how you might think that that's not advisable because of the candles and candelabra, but I think this would be one of the few dig sites where I do make a second dig site map that's just for AFKing candles and candelabras. But I want to go ahead and get the rare item because then I can shut off the brush, make it more likely to get these guys. All right, just got the cursed idol. So now I'm just focusing on small and large until I get the 2 rare ones. Then I'm going to pop the earlier dig sites just to look for rare stuff until I can get this to 200. I think getting the 250 is going to be valuable too, but that's going to be a much more substantial grind. Going to need to get more of the very rares and the legendaries. I think when I make a second dig site for this place, I can do, there's like a, instead of doing doubling, you can like increase the amount of consumables you get. So I'll probably just make a map that's only for getting candelabras and candles. I do need candles as well for these candle lamps, which are like the combat equivalent. Give you monster respawn timer down and a bunch of XP increases. I don't know if I'm actually going to use these ones. Maybe when I do the 42,069, what do you call it? Goblin grind. All right, just working on getting rare artifact pulls here. I got the old woodcutting gloves that I actually will use in woodcutting. Lots of really good like niche use case skilling items here. There's a lot of them aren't niche use case. I'm just gonna wear those gloves. It's just strictly better than not having gloves in woodcutting. But I'm trying to get, there's a rare small artifact from the ancient market, and I only need 3 more to get to 200. So I just have to squeeze these out and hopefully I get the drops. Actually, the coral wreckage has 3 more rare items that I still need, so I might upgrade the map for that one to perfect really quick, just so I can let that AFK for a bit. All right, mastered the coral wreckage map, so we go back to archaeology. I'm just gonna look for everything but medium, and hopefully I get some rare pulls here. That'd be nice. I ended up getting the sailor's compass and the old pirate treasure chart, so that's 2 more things I can turn in here. I need 1 more. I need to go AFK like now, so it would be great if it dropped within the next couple seconds, maybe. I think I might have an easier time getting it from the ancient market because this is a 55% and this is a 59%. So let me switch back over here. It's just the 1 rare that I need. I might just be SOL. I might not be able to get it in time before I have to step away. If that's the case, I'll pop on mobile, get it, get the outfit, equip the outfit, start excavating the highest level dig site, the cathedral, and I'll come back later and report, hey, this is what the outfit looks like. That's probably what's going to have to happen here. Compass is kind of cool. I think it's just a shield. Yeah, so it'll save me a little bit of gold when I'm doing cartography. Hey, I did get lucky. Like 1 second before I had to go, the beaded necklace dropped. So I should be able to donate it here. There we go. So +1 level to all tools, chance to preserve dig site actions, final piece of the archaeologist set that I'm going to go ahead and equip here. Thank you. Now I should have the full set and should be getting, yeah, more chance to preserve, which is great. Archaeology mastery XP and chance to get an extra resource. So I don't need to do this anymore. Let's go to the cathedral. And I'm just going to let this AFK for XP. Let's see what all we get. Let me confirm that I am getting the mastery bonus. Yeah. Whip plus hat plus boots plus leggings plus gloves plus body equals 10%. Sweet. Great. All right. I'll be back. All right. Good timing. I got the ancient wall chart, which will let me unlock the next dig site here. That's the one that's at 105 or 110, yeah, which is 2 levels to go. Pretty reasonable. I still don't have the legendary artifact here or the legendary, well, the very rare artifact from small. So I'll expand to small, but I wanted to make sure that I got that wall chart before anything else here. Yeah, this is a permanent solution to prayer points just from letting this run. Just looking for large artifacts. I already have 420,000 prayer points. That's completely nuts. And I haven't even been running this for a while, but that's another 138,000. Crazy. Something I could make from recent searches for artifacts is this fishing net, which is just another fishing upgrade. Go ahead and equip it to fishing. Yeah. Chance to get an extra random fish from the same fishing area. Kind of interesting. Go ahead and unlock the dig site just to have it unlocked here. Oh, that sucks. Dig site discovered. Okay. Back here. And then I'm gonna try to do the very last one soon. Melantis. It involves I have to like use runecraft to get an armor set. It's kind of interesting. Not really anything else like it in the game, but it's gonna require me to go to monuments, I think, to find the clue to get there. I have to double check if it's small or large. Hold on. Like it's small and very rare. I kind of just want to get that over with, just so that I've already found it. So 68% is pretty good. Let's see if I get lucky and pull it here. Hey, I got a Dark Altar to drop. That one's actually super rare. I think it counts as legendary tier. It does. So I'm going to turn it in to the museum. And then I think I don't actually need 10 of them. I think I only need one to get this Blessed Bone Offering, which gives me an extra prayer point whenever I bury bones, which is pretty good, I think. So if that's the case, then I think this cathedral is mostly done. Yeah, I guess I thought I needed 10 Dark Altars, so I probably didn't need to specialize in large artifacts. I probably should have specialized in medium to get candles and candelabras, but that's okay. I'll focus on small to get this last one that I don't have, and then I'll probably just leave it on medium after that. All right. Well, I backed off the cathedral for a second to try to get this Melantis clue, and I got it. So we read the item. Channeling water, mage well versed in the mystic water arts, equipped with expert magical items, may be enough to accomplish this feat. So I think this is maybe possible to be figured out by an individual, but I think it was kind of just like the group of people playing Melvor figured it out together. But I have to go into Runecraft and make a expert water set. So I'll do that really quick. It should just take a quick second. And a mystic water staff. I don't think I'm actually gonna be able to finish this because there's a couple items that I need from elsewhere that aren't trivial for me to get. And then mystic water staff I can just make. All right, and then we equip all of that. If I can get them to go here. You need 69 magic. Oh. Huh. Well, I'm only 43 magic, and I don't really want to grind that out right now, and it doesn't matter till I get to 118 archaeology, but I got the Melanthus clue. Something else I'm going to need later, I need to get the thing that lets me upgrade the Infernal Cape, which I think is from the Bazaar. Yeah, I think it's the small artifact from the Bazaar, but I'll double check. Because I'm eventually going to need that to be able to turn this in. So I might end up AFKing the Bazaar to see if I get that. Let me double check, though. Yeah, it's a small artifact at the Bazaar. So I'm going to let that run. Let me re-equip all my stuff here. I don't think I need it to be doubled. Do I care about doubling anything here? I don't think so. I guess I'd rather just have, I don't know, mastery, I guess. And I'll let that run and see if we get lucky. Hey, I did get the Ancient Silk there. That's fantastic. I only let it run for like an hour or two. Completely done with the small artifacts. I'm just going to go back to leveling at the cathedral then. Wanted to make sure I gave myself a fair enough chance to grab that. So now I can go to one of my Infernal Capes, upgrade it. And there we go. Ancient Infernal Cape. Beautiful. Actually, substantially better stats too. Like I said, it's not just the crit, it also pretty significantly increases the attack bonuses and plus 1% damage reduction. So pretty great. All right, I'm gonna let this AFK overnight. This is really funny. From getting all of the artifacts from this dig site. Let's see. I do have literally all of them now, right? Yeah. So I get 1.9 million prayer points. Prayer is just like solved now. Like I can just always use whatever the highest level prayer is, and I never need to worry about like spending Slayer coins or any other kind of resource on it. I can just go to Archaeology and get as much as I want forever. It's kind of amazing. I got a couple items here while I'm recording from going out and doing a township task. So let's see if we still got anything good here. Now I already had a helmet. And probably not going to get anything from this, but we can check. No dice. All right, just hit 110 archaeology. I'm going to go upgrade the Shipwreck Cove map. I think I should just be able to do right away. Yeah. Let's get that started. Let me make sure I have all of my preservation upgrades before I do that, though. Yep. All seems great. Okay, here we go. Upgrade. A little tough to choose between tiny and medium for this particular dig site. Both of them have very rare and legendary pulls. Definitely wouldn't, well, I'm not trying tiny, medium, tiny and small. Wouldn't do medium because it only has a rare. Wouldn't do large because it only has a very rare. I think we do tiny though because you have a 98.5% chance to get a cheap generic artifact, which I could turn in for museum tokens really fast. So probably means it's going to make it much slower for me to get this small legendary artifact, but it's not a huge deal. I'm not as concerned about turning in 100% of the artifacts. I just want to try to get to 250 at some point. All right. Let's go do Shipwreck Cove. Oh, I almost forgot to refine it. I've made this mistake before. So I think we said we're just going to do tiny. I think that's fine. Doubling doesn't really matter. I think I just want XP as much as possible. Always take interval. XP. Base quantity is still goated, I think. I would take ×2 consumables because that's, you think that +1 base quantity does the same thing, but it would only be if you're like targeting consumables. Okay. I guess when getting a common artifact might actually be good for this place since it's so likely to get the most common artifact. But I'll just let this run here and see what happens. Let's re-gear up first. Equip everything there is to equip that's relevant. Okay. Eventually need like 2,000 pirate flags. All right, we're at 210 things donated. Let me double check that that's right. I think that's right though. Yeah, 2,000 pirate flags. So that's going to be a pretty long grind. Not something I'm super excited about going for right now though. You basically need to unlock Melantis to get to 250. I probably won't do that until I'm like 118 archaeology. We'll see. Good lord, I went comically dry on this pirate hook that should have been a 1 in 100. Gonna go ahead and stop excavating for mediums here. I guess we'll work on larges because it's possible I can clear those out before I go to bed. The pirate hook is great though. It is pretty much strictly better than my defender. It's minus 0.2 second attack interval versus the minus 0.1 second attack interval. So that plus the Elder Crown plus the Sand Treaders and or Elusive Boots plus the Agile Gem means that my attack interval can get pretty low now. Okay, so here's the cool thing about this big site. So I've been working on the large artifacts. I have 2,000 pirate flags, which is a task here. And the 2,000 pirate flags are going to give me the very rare one that I haven't been able to pull for free. So I can just turn one of those in without having to continue to look on large. And now I can just do small and medium for the rest of the time and actually go to bed. It was nice to get 2,000 of those. I think opening this is potentially pretty good. Up to 1,000 diamonds. I'm going to open 199 of them. It seems pretty fun. Got to screenshot that. The 44,000 pirate doubloons is a lot of museum tokens. And it's not even worth that much money. So I just turn all those in for tokens. The only thing really to buy with tokens still that's interesting, that's like a permanent unlock, is this travel token for 100K. And I don't think I care about GP. I think I would rather have all of the interval that comes with buying a ton of these, right? So I think I'm just going to buy a ton of these and let them run overnight just to get more XP faster. That's kind of what I'm going for here. Don't think that's enough to last all night, but it should still be pretty helpful, I think. Equip. Okay. Still have 2 archaeology related tasks remaining here in the Atlas of Discovery section. I can finish doing these trader crates at some point. I bet it's going to be super fast now that I have all these other buffs. So we'll come back to that eventually. And then technically this one you could say is an archaeology one because it requires you to do things to unlock the Melantis dig site. So I'm going to wait to work on that until I hit 118 archaeology, and then I'll probably bounce to get my magic level up to qualify to do all the Melantis clues and unlock it. All right, I get the sense I'm going to be on this dig site for a really long time. I might actually have to make a new map. I haven't needed to do that at all the way to 112 Archaeology. I've been able to use all of the free dig site maps, but just because there's so much XP that I need to get to 118 here, I might actually have to. So I've gotten everything from among the tiny artifacts. Since I can pay attention to this, I'm going to switch to the medium artifacts for a bit to see how many I can get. Although at this point, it might make sense to just go ahead and make the second map, just knowing that I'm going to have to stay here for longer because of the XP curve. Um, think about it. I'll sit on medium for a second, though. Up to 220 artifact checks in, or 220 artifacts checked in. So I only need to get 30 more for the last really substantial upgrade before doing everything. It might be a little tricky to make that happen, but we'll see. I could try to work on it. I'm going to go ahead and make another Shipwreck Cove map now. I've never made a map from scratch. Just want to see realistically how much time it's going to take. I think it's supposed to be about 30 minutes. And then also I'm going to go in and upgrade it so that it favors medium rather than tiny spots. So I can use that to get all the medium artifacts, and then I'll keep tapping off the tiny one. All right, finished making a new map. Let me go ahead and refine it here. I think we still want +1 base primary resource, but if I have to make another map, I'll do it as tiny and tell it extra XP when locating a common artifact, because there's like a 98% chance to get a common artifact on this map specifically. Okay. Back to archaeology. Let's do the second map on small. 85% is a pretty good chance here. Oh, it's actually 89%. Nice. Oh, I missed it, but I just passed the 95% threshold. Finally. That was actually really hard to do. It took a really long time. 112 archaeology to finally get that threshold because the mastery pool is brutal in archaeology. I'm doing the calculation too. I think if I get every single artifact in the game other than the ones from Melantis, the 118 dig site, then I can technically get to the 250 artifacts threshold. I don't know if that's worth it, because it would require getting all the very rare and legendary artifacts from every other dig site, and it would probably take way longer than just trying to grind out XP here to get to 118. And then if I can get, the low-hanging fruit from Melantis, it should be a lot easier to pick up the other remaining stuff to get up to 250. So I'll do it, but I want to do it as late as possible because, having stuff like the superior cape is going to make that a lot easier. All right, archaeology is really slowed down, which makes sense because I'm very high level, but I did get these charged jadestone shards, which are pretty rare. I think they're like legendary. Take me a while to finish all of this. Yeah, there we go. So I've gotten everything from this site, but I'm just going to let it keep running, try to get 118. I really don't have too much else to work on in the meantime. All right, how's 11 hours of archaeology here? 116, 2 to go. I need to see what the situation specifically is here with this dig site. Okay, still nowhere near running out of excavation actions. I already have it's hard to calculate because it doesn't show you on this tab. One of the things I'm really hoping for with Melvor 2 is that they go through and make sure that every screen uses the similar format, because there's nowhere to see your map preservation chance here. And it's all over the place on every other skill. Anyway, one of the things I did last night was on my phone, I plugged in some levels into this dig site to get to 99, because that gives you reduced artifact value, which means that my tiny artifacts on my original map can now go down to 1, which should improve my chance of finding stuff. To do that, I had to go below the 95% threshold, though. So I'm going to let that build back up before I go back to tiny. My argument is that the 95% threshold is okay when you're actually trying to get resources for some reason. I don't actually care about resources from this place. I don't need eye patches or shackles or charged jadestone shards or whatever. I'm literally just here for XP. So I'll let it build back up to 95%, and then we'll see where the dig site situation is. I guess I also unlocked a third dig site map slot. I might make a third dig site map just to try to get as much XP out of these pirate doubloons as possible, because as far as I know, this is the only dig site where the common artifact is that common. It's like 99% common or something. All right, I'm going to go ahead and try to make a third dig site map, and I'm just going to focus completely on XP this time. So we're going to try to do the, there's like a thing that says when you get a common artifact, you get extra XP instead of getting +1 resource. We're going to give that a shot. Okay, finished refining this map. So we're going to do tiny, skill XP, tiny, interval, XP, and here's the important one, extra XP when locating a common artifact. Normally I would never take that, but this is the only thing I need this this map for, so I think that makes sense. So we go to this one here, and the tiny artifact fortunately is 1 value, which is great. I don't understand why this one, oh, maybe I have to equip my stuff, that's the problem. Okay, yeah, 89, that's the same as the other map I was doing, excavate. So now I should get a pretty substantial XP increase whenever I get a common artifact, okay. Really hasn't been worth the money ever, but I'm going to go ahead and buy an extra bank tab one time here, just because I'd like to be able to start organizing gear that I'm actually going to use for combat. Right now, my gear tab is just like full of shit that I'm primarily not using. So I want to try to get a magic gear tab put together. I'm going to start working on that. Argument for doing that is that I need to get to 69 magic in order to unlock the last dig site, Melantis. And I'd like to do that while I'm able to play attentively, which is right now. Decide what to AFK here. The Master Farmer is easy because I definitely need all the seeds that he drops, but it might actually make more sense for me to go do... Could do the Stronghold, I suppose. But I also need to get a bunch of magic amulets to make the second... Oh, I got Mark of the Dragon level 5. That's cool. I have to make the second elite amulet of magic for the Fez. That's going to require 86 more amulets of magic, which can technically drop running the Stronghold. Maybe I just run the Stronghold just so I have something to do damage on. I don't think my damage reduction situation is problematic at all. I also don't know if I do comparable damage to melee in there. You want to run that with ranged, I think is the idea. I guess I could do one run on it and see how it goes. I'm going to do this one Stronghold clear, but then I'm going to switch to, I think, the Fierce Devil. I just want to try to farm for the Fez. So it's probably a better way to farm for the Fez is to get all of the amulets I need from that fight. I just hit level 52, which lets me switch to Fire Wave. I think I have to make some gear to do that. So let me quick make this Fire Adept stuff real fast. Boots, bottoms, robes, and I think I need a Mystic Fire Staff. Oh, can I not make one yet? Hmm. All right, well, let me see. I might have one already, or maybe I can go somewhere to get one. Might be that I only have a Mystic Air Staff. I'm trying to look into stuff that might be better than what I currently have equipped. I think I can pop over to Runecraft and very quickly make an Unholy Wizard Robe, and then wear that along with the Cursed Gem that I have. That seems pretty good. I'm actually not sure about this Unholy Staff, too. Don't think it's competitive with my current weapon. I'd rather use just this. I'm going to make one of these really fast. Go ahead and equip that. We'll do the gem as well. But my idea is that my interval gem wasn't able to kick off because the enemy was dying so fast it didn't have a chance to build up. I think I can also apply these, question mark. I can only do one at a time. You can only use prayers from the same prayer book. Let's try to do that, and then Rudge maybe? Might not end up being better than what I'm currently running, but I kind of want to give it a try. I don't know if I actually have a way to apply unholy marks, do I? I think it's consumed instantly. Yeah, I don't think this is as good. All right, I'll swap off it. Worth a try, though. this level, but I just got 60 magic, which means I can get a better wand. I'm going to try to go for that really quick. The way to do it is to go into thieving and pickpocket the necromancer, which I'll have to gear up for all that. Let me do it real quick, though. Got it in like 10 pulls. All right. Don't need to keep pickpocketing here. Go ahead and equip that. And I'll equip everything else, and we'll get back to fighting here. Oh, that's kind of neat. New wand isn't that much better, but it does give me a special attack 20% of the time. That looks like it might one-shot this guy if it lands. All right, I've been running this magic grind most of the morning. I'm up to 63, so I still have 6 levels to go. A little bit less than doubling the amount of XP I've gained so far. But it's time for me to stream, so I got to do something else. I'm going to go back to archaeology and try to get to 118. But I want to make sure I can switch to the Melantis dig site as soon as I hit 118, so I'll probably be back on magic next time I can pay attention. Okay, we're at 117 archaeology. I need one more level. Let's see. Another 5 million or so, so overnighting it's going to be overkill. I don't know if I want an overkill on it. Oh no, did I screw something up here? Why do I not have... This artifact value is wrong, and I don't know why. I'm going to try to figure that out. Looks like it was a display error. I clicked off the map and back onto it, and it fixed itself. So it must be because of being 99 mastery or something. I have to click. I don't think it affected how much XP I was getting, though. So I'm in a bit of a candy loop here. I'm going to need runes, because right now I'm trying to train magic in order to get to Melantis, but I don't have quite enough runes that I can AFK magic overnight, which is what I really prefer to do. So I need to get to 85 runecraft. I'm currently 82 runecraft. And then from 85, I can make Havoc runes, which I'm going to need once I get to 65 magic, I think. Something like that, right? Wind Surge requires Havoc runes. Yeah. I can do that now, technically, actually. And I'm already getting regular elemental runes just from making stuff. So I think the plan is I'm going to run lava runes until I get to 85, which shouldn't take terribly long. I might check in on it on my phone later. And when I get to 85, I'm just going to switch to making Havoc, and I'll let that overnight. And then hopefully I'll have enough runes tomorrow that I can just AFK this and safely get to 69 magic. All right, so I overnighted Runecraft, which should hopefully put me in a position to be fine. I've got 400,000 ancient runes and plenty of elemental runes. And I'm 89 Runecraft, which is cool. So hopefully that'll be enough for me to just AFK magic now. I'm going to go ahead and gear up and do that. All right, I'm back to maging the Fierce Devil. I think I do this until 65, which is when I can switch my gear over and use the Wind Surge spell. Okay, I just hit 65, which is when I can switch out my gear here. We're going to switch to the Air Expert gear and then change over to Wind Surge. That should speed this up a little bit. My max hit goes up and my accuracy goes up a little bit, although my accuracy doesn't really matter at this point. It's 97%. I'm going to sign off and come back in a little bit, and hopefully I'll be 69. Nice. I'm letting this run for a bit. Just got an amulet of torture. I'm up to 9. So unfortunately, that last one didn't get doubled. At least that means I only need one more drop. Oh, and I'm really close to 69. There we go. Magic 69, Water Expert gear. That's what I was doing all that for. So now, in theory, I can equip this full kit. I need a Mystic Water Staff. And then I have to review what the heck I'm doing with the Melantis clue. There's like a specific tile I have to visit. It's the big, obvious pyramid. There we go. Point of interest discovered. Channel the essence of water. I like this. I kind of wish that there was more of this. I wonder if they came up with this towards the end of the grind. I mean, it's cool in the sense that it's like you have to do all this special stuff to unlock what's essentially Atlantis as the final dig site. But I wish that there was more mystery stuff in the game like this. Maybe this is them like preparing to include quests, which are supposed to be in Melvor 2. Oh, okay. Well, I can do that one. Talking about this guy here, I think. Hey. That gets us Blantis Clue 3. Oh, that might be a little bit harder for me to see. These are more like traditional RuneScape clue scrolls now. I think that goes here. Ruined Silver City. Note, describe the ancient languages of the Silver Disc. There's a threat due to ancient conflict. Okay, so this last one, I think I need more stuff. Meet this from the city lies, waiting for one who dares to rise from the depths so far below to break the slumber of long ago. 3 enchanted objects you must wear. Robes of the water's ancient embrace, an ancient cape with fiery gray. So that's my, I went ahead and made that. That's this cape, right? Ancient infernal cape. And then, and a mirror to see through any place is, I think, the trickery mirror. So I have to go farm for the trickery mirror. Let me get my gear together to do that. Only a 1 in 100 from the magic mirror enemy, so it should be pretty doable, but I want to make sure that I'm not going to get one shot. Okay, so it's a 1 in 100 from the magic mirror. Might be a little messy since I don't have great barrier destruction here. Hits me for 30, 40, 30, 43. He does do reflect damage, which is really bad. Let me run away here to make sure that I don't die from hitting too hard. Hold on. Okay, trying this again with worse gear. Don't think I'm as at high of a risk with the Infernal Claw to accidentally one-shotting myself. I need to know, I think we'll be able to kill the barrier okay. It does a thing where it regenerates most of its barrier every few turns, so this could be super slow. I guess I don't necessarily need it to die really fast. I just need to be able to get 100 kills no matter how long that takes. Barrier regeneration debuff. Oh, every time it gives its barrier back, it gets a debuff. Okay. Well, that's kind of a nice touch, so I feel like that's probably helpful. Make sure you can eventually kill it. Pretty slow, though. I'll report back once it's dead. I probably don't need a protect item. This thing coincidentally also drops an upgrade to my barrier gem, which would be really helpful for fighting these things. So maybe I'll get that first. I think it's a 1 in 50 versus a 1 in 100 for the trickery mirror. Oh, despite not finding Melantis yet, apparently I have finished the task to discover all points of interest, so I will take that 100,000 paper. I might be able to get away with never needing to make paper manually. That would be incredible. Get a little candy looped here. I might pop out and grab an upgrade. I mentioned doing this earlier on the previous grind that I had to fight with an enemy that had barrier, but I didn't have the point of interest unlocked to be able to fight it. It's the vampiric bat from the Mucky Cave, which I actually can do now because I've visited all of the points of interest on cartography, and I'm able to visit them without it ruining my temporary interval buff. I'm gonna get one more kill here, and then I'll go try to get those gloves. This vampiric bat, I think it's like a 1 in 15 or something, so I should be able to get it pretty fast. And I can technically upgrade it if I fight a different enemy, so I might try to also upgrade it. We'll see. Oh, there's the gloves. That wasn't too bad. All right, we're going to equip those right away. And I think I have to run this Golem territory dungeon, which should be completely safe. Shouldn't have to like change my gear at all to be successful. Might be a little slow. Problem is I wasted some of the gems from this to make my first turtle tablets. I should have gotten the regular ones, but I was impatient. We'll see though. It's draining barrier gem 1 in 24. You get between 2 and 6 of them. So if this takes a really long time to run this dungeon, I might come back to it later and just roll with these gloves, which are probably good enough. Yeah, 1 in 24 with needing to get it to drop multiple times is completely not worth it. It's going to take me way too long. But at least I'll have these gloves for fighting the mirror. That'll speed it up slightly. Hey, I got the barrier gem early. That's really good because I want to be using that instead of the gem I'm currently using. Go ahead and equip it and set it as a usable. I think it's just strictly better than the one I was using before. Oh, apparently 93 prayer unlocks sacrilege. Is that an unholy prayer? Okay. Minus 2% damage reduction is kind of good. It seems like it's hard to justify the unholy prayers. They're cool, but you need to be wearing 2 items to do it, and then you don't get the base prayers, which I think are quite powerful. Imagine there's some special use case, like a specific enemy that you really, really want the unholy prayers on. I think it would have been cool if the unholy prayers were focused on barrier removal, but I guess it's fine. All right, I'm unfortunately pretty dry in this drop right now. I've done 128 kills and still nothing. Not super dry, I guess, but I'm above drop rate. I say unfortunately because it does take quite a while to kill him with the regenerating barrier, and I don't really have a great barrier set up yet. And my attack style is not ideal for a magic enemy. So hopefully I just get this soon and can move on and go back to archaeology. Just got Tortoise Mark IV, which means I have a synergy now. Chance to apply barrier burn when hitting. I think that's actually really good. It should get me through the barrier substantially faster now. Oh yeah, that's amazing. That's going to save me like maybe not a minute per kill, but like dozens of seconds per kill. Really good. It is going to burn through my tablets much faster though, so I'm going to have to make more of those. Hoping to get out of this because I don't really want to do a lot of combat at the moment. I want to get out of this without having to do much more combat. Still super dry over here. Very realistic problem I could run into. Now that I'm using twice as many tortoise tablets, I might run out of them, and getting more is a hassle, or it's going to be a hassle until I can finish getting 120 archaeology, at which point I can just sit and AFK and get all the barrier gems I need. So hopefully I get the drop before I run out of these tablets. I really need the tablets. I can't go without them. They speed this up really significantly. We'll see. Oh, man, I'm coming up on triple dry here, and I'm almost out. I'm going to go to the last second on my tortoise familiars. I have 100 left. Maybe a couple more kills will be enough. All right, so actually, turns out I'm lucky, and I still had some barrier gems left over from the last time, so I might be able to make enough to get me there. Let me just try to make sure I'm getting as many of these as I can. I actually need to preserve as much as possible, so I don't care as much about these buffs. Like, it'll make it take longer to make, and I'll get less quantity, but more preservation will get me more net quantity, I think. So I think doing that is probably the way to go here. Okay. Oh, and I guess also, does this help me at all? Preserve XP interval. So let's do doubling to get more. 4.3 seconds is awful. I'm used to a much shorter interval, but I need to make use of every possible barrier gem that I can here. Hey, I just finished complaining about not getting this drop, and it finally dropped. That was on KC 348. So pretty dry. Guess it could be worse. I'll get this last kill and then get out of here. Good timing though, because I gotta leave soon. I guess it's this random tile here. There we go. Melantis. Secret hidden gem beneath the depths of the ocean. Now create dig site maps for the Melantis dig site. Great. All right, well, let's go back to Monolith, and I'm going to get back on Archaeology. We have to finish getting to 118, which I'll probably get here while I'm away streaming. All right, I hit 118 while I was away here. I should be able to. Okay, I'm not that far into 118 either, so that's great. Need to go ahead and upgrade this map before I do anything. So let me gear up and do that really quick. Shouldn't take too long, I don't think. Big site map, Melantis, creation, upgrade. Okay. As far as what tier to do, there's not really a specific one to focus on this time around. I need a relic tool from all 4 categories, and you only need 1 this time to finish upgrading the tools. So I'll probably just do like tiny and medium to start, and then I'll make a second dig site that's, or a map that's medium and large once I finish getting the tiny and medium ones. I'm probably just going to let them all run to start with. Okay, map is upgraded. Let's go ahead and do tiny and small, and I guess of these, it doesn't really matter. I think I would like to get to 120 sooner rather than later. So we'll take skill XP, I suppose. Tiny, small, interval, skill XP, and we'll still do +1 base primary resource because that's great when you're still trying to get all of the stuff to turn in. So I'm going to start by just doing all 4, and then I'll narrow it down to the other ones. Once I get the obvious, like, uncommon, common, and rare items from every category. All right, just popping in on the first couple hours of Melantis. I don't know what any of these things are, so I have to actually just check to see how close I am here. I'm going to keep overcapping on mastery, which sucks because the total amount of mastery available to me is so low. So the only way to get around doing that is just going below the 95% threshold, but I think I want to try to avoid doing that if I can. Show artifacts. So I don't have any very rares yet, despite letting it run for a couple hours. So maybe they're even rarer here than they are elsewhere. But I got all the rares. Oh no, I got the silver statue. I got all the rares, so I can probably swap to what I actually specialized in here to try to get the tool upgrades. That's going to be more important overall. Let me turn all this stuff in, though. There we go. We still need 20 more artifacts. Got a lot of water scepters. That's kind of funny. So 15 artifacts to get the new tool upgrade, and unfortunately, I'd have to get that from like all across the game because I've gotten all of the low-hanging fruit. Like every single rare artifact I've already picked up. So I'm going to have to dig up which ones I still don't have. They're probably all very rare or legendary. Like I'm missing that one at the Lost Temple. I guess I'm all done with the ritual site. Should be done, yeah, long done with the Ancient Forge. I think Glacier City Ruins I tapped out. There's still a legendary there. I've got a couple rares to pick up at the quarry. I'm gonna have to upgrade the dig site map, but maybe I can do that. I think I still leave it overnight on Melantis just for XP, because I think getting to 120 archaeology is gonna be amazing because the Skillcape's really good. So I'll just do that. I'll turn in all of my generic artifacts after I make sure that I've donated everything, and I'll check in the morning. One of the things I got here has been taunting me for a very long time when I was trying to find different ways to get like magic seeds and carrot seeds. It's pretty unlikely because there's so many things it can roll, but this golden flute is a chest that has some items in it, 0 of which are useful to me, but that's okay. I got a weird problem here. I'm making a second Melantis map because I realized that the first map that I made has really bad artifact values. I don't know if that's a feature of it might just be a feature of Melantis that it's harder to dig up artifacts here or something. But I should have paid attention to that before I picked the tiers to upgrade. I thought it would be guaranteed to at least be a single digit thing. So I'm just gonna make another perfect map, and hopefully it just rolls better artifact values, and I'll try to pick more tactically this time. Yeah, because like Tiny is one that I invested in, and it's actually my worst score. So that sucks. I'm gonna have to do these. I mean, I guess once I get to 99, I'll get a third slot. This will take me like 30 minutes to finish upgrading this. All right, let's actually look at the numbers here. Yeah, so this is a better map overall. Unfortunately, it also favored tiny and small, which is what I did on the previous map. Um, let's review. So this one's 15, 10, 11, 13. I'm not going to be recovering large on this one, even if I double invest in it. So I guess it's probably just best. Do I want to do tiny, small again? That seems like kind of a waste, right? I know that when I get 99 mastery, it's going to drop all these values by 3, which helps a little bit. This one, small's at 10. I could do tiny and medium and just kind of be hosed on large, I guess. Yeah, I guess so. All right, so this is marginally better. I'm just going to run tiny, small, and medium because they're all kind of in the similar range to each other and hope for the best, I guess. All right, checking in on several hours of running here. Looks like I did get, well, unfortunately, a whole bunch of relic civs. 119 archaeology. Guess I did leave it on tiny, didn't I? Oh, no, I didn't. I can take it off tiny though. I think that means I've got everything in that category. I still don't have either legendary for small or medium. But I can go ahead and buy this tool upgrade. Cool. Then I just need to get these last 3. It's nice that they only make you get one. It would be mean if you needed more than one at that rarity. Open 39 golden flutes. I did get a couple interesting things. 30 magic tree seeds is great. 30 carrot seeds is great. I don't think I need basically any of these other things, but that's still cool. Haven't gotten a tool in a while. Just got this bottle of mystic water. Got me to 240 artifacts donated. Kind of an interesting item. It makes it so, yeah, you have a 5% special attack that heals you for double your max health. So I guess healing in this game kind of sucks because you can always just have 300,000 pumpkins and out heal basically anything. So in a different game, this could be really powerful. But I guess in this game, it essentially just saves you a little bit of food, which isn't super amazing. I have some time to play attentively here. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go back to all of the dig sites that have rare artifacts and see if I can squeeze out 250, because that'll give me a big tool boost, which will make everything faster. I guess I can open another one of these golden flutes too. Only shit I really want from this, I want carrot seeds and I want magic tree seeds. Neither of which I got that time. Okay. I'll help here too to get Melanthus up to 99. Then the artifact values should all go down. I think this always works, it's just the display gets screwed up. Like sometimes the artifact values don't reflect the fact that it's 99 mastery until you click on and off, but I think that the chances were still reflecting correctly. Okay, let me pick. So Shipwreck Cove is totally done. We don't need to do that. I want to do the rare artifacts that I'm missing first before I work on the legendary ones, because the rare ones are the low-hanging fruit. Quarry has several, and I can try to get another copy of the Dirty Mining Boots. I want to improve Quarry to perfect. I might just go through and improve every map to perfect, because I think I only have like 3 left that aren't. Yeah, let's do that. So Quarry, Stoneworkers, and Sacrificial Site. All right, I mastered or I perfected the Quarry map. Artifact values are not amazing, but my tool levels are pretty good, so that should help. I'm gonna let this run until I get the Dirty Mining Boots, the large rare artifact, and then probably the rare and maybe very rare. Very rare is a little bit more accessible to me now that my tools are such a high level. Oh, but I need to make sure I equip everything. Shit. Easy to forget to do that when you swap off cartography. Okay. Guess mastery in this case I care about more than XP, since the actual dig site gives terrible XP. That was nice and fast. I got the rare and very rare shards from the quarry like immediately. Probably not going to sit here to get the legendary. I think if I get all of the rares and very rares, that will be enough to get to 250. I have to figure out what dig site I'm going to head to next, though. So not the Glacier Ruins, because that one's legendary. There is a rare item still to pick up at Coral Wreckage, and it's already perfect. So why don't I do that? I can just start doing it now. Doing okay here, picking up these artifacts and depositing them. I need 6 more to get the tool upgrade. Currently on Secret Mines, trying to get this rare small artifact. I'm going to exhaust all the rares and then the very rares, probably in that order. Grading the last couple dig sites to perfect here. Try to have all my equipment to speed it up. There we go. All right, well, I got the relic brush, so that's good. One more taken care of here. I just need the trowel and the shovel. I had to step away, so I went back on Melanthus for a bit. Let me continue to try to get this tool upgrade, though, because I can still do that if I go to the earlier dig sites. Need 3 more. All right, the last of the low-hanging fruit here is this sacrificial site, so I'm going to upgrade that to a perfect map. Then there's 2 rare artifacts there, so that should be perfect. That will get me to the threshold I'm going for. All right, upgraded this dig site map. I think they're all perfect now. Yeah. And that took barely any time. I think it probably took less time to upgrade every map to perfect than it would have taken to upgrade a single map to perfect without any interval reduction. Because going to perfect sucks without interval. That's why I did all that cartography that I did. Oh, that's kind of lucky. I got the very rare item before the rare item. I think the accuracy gem maybe has a couple niche use cases, but I'm probably going to be using the agile gem most of the time. But it's a thing I can turn in here, right? I just need one more. I don't know what the rare item is here, but I would love for it to roll any second now. Hey, there it is. Is that the that is the bone ring? This is an item one of the first items I was excited about doing archaeology for, and I only just now got it when I'm almost done. Kind of funny. All right, +1 tools. 271 is still worth going for eventually just because the golden trowel is going to make it easier to clean up and get more mastery, but I think I have most of the interesting items from archaeology now. Would just like to finish out getting to 120. Get the cape, and I also need to get these last couple relic items. I think once I get to 120, my plan's going to be I'm not going to try to completely max out archaeology right now because I don't really have any need for it. But I will go back and get all the stuff that has a shop unlock associated with it. I'm actually, unfortunately, super close to being done with all of those. I need one more magic anvil. Um, I guess I got the other one that I was working on. I need a bunch of these, what are they? Giant clay pots, at least for the allotment patch, but I'd love to get all of them. So that's probably a thing I'll work on. And I think that maybe the agility unlock will be worth doing, and then I can start focusing on agility because I'm not going to have too much else to do before I go into full on combat training. We'll see. All right, I should be overshooting it here, but I should be getting 120 archaeology. Didn't have a chance to sign in and make sure I had the superior cape equipped, but that's okay. Got the relic shovel. That's amazing because the large artifact was one that I was in a struggle with there. Let's pick up superior archaeology skill cape. Love to see it. Let's equip it and let's buy this relic shovel. Sweet. And now I just need the trowel. I suppose I can just focus on that now. Crystal trowel. Got almost everything else. Guess I'm still missing a legendary medium thing, but that's okay. This is the main thing I need. I do want to finish getting that, and I'm going to move on to some other grind because I have basically everything else available to me. But if I can get that, then I'll have the best tool bonuses, and I'll be able to go to some of these earlier dig sites. Like one of the things I'm going to have to do is get way more regular barrier gems, which are from here, right? So out of curiosity, I'm already over 100%. I wonder what it means to have over 100%. Does that mean I get extra items? Well, that's great though. Then I'll be able to get things super fast. Cool. So when I went to bed last night, I did a couple things on my phone. Just fortunately got the last relic item really early. So I got the last relic tool, and then I got enough pots in order to finish getting all of the extra allotment and herb patches. That actually took less than 30 minutes because of all the buffs I have from like the superior cape. Then I just let it AFK on barrier gems because I'm gonna need tons of those to make tortoise tablets later. So yeah, just to summarize, in farming I have every patch now. Nice. And I guess it won't show in the shop anymore, but I got the last. It was like the crystal trowel, right? It just dropped. Yeah, there it is. I got like a huge drop of them. So now I need to figure out what new thing I'm going to work on in archaeology. I guess I can just keep letting this run to get more barrier gems, but I might already have enough of them. So I think the main project is to just get the remaining unique items from archaeology, like finishing the magic anvils grind. Maybe I'll do that next even. It's really cool to have over 100% chance to do stuff on some of these. Really, really, really different. I think I'm going to try to get this magic anvil. I need one more drop, and I need one more old relic plating drop to make a somewhat useful item. We'll start by just getting the anvil. I have over 100% chance again, which is great. The thing I think I should do before I go too much further is to get an absolutely obscene number of candles and candelabras from the cathedral, which means I'm going to want to make a new map that focuses on candelabras and candles and also gives me double consumables instead of +1 minimum resource. So I will build that new map. It's going to take like 33 minutes and then start running it. All right, made this upgraded cathedral map. Let's do chance to double since I don't care really about these other things. I can get medium down to 1, which is great. So we'll do interval, double. Let's do ×2 consumables. Okay, cool. And I'm just gonna let that run for a bit. Re-equip all my gear, but we're back to 100% chance, which is amazing. I guess it's only doubling the candles, but not the candelabras. It's a little unfortunate, but that's okay. Well, I looked this up, and I feel like I wasted 33 minutes. It looks like these don't count as consumables because they have to be upgraded first to count as a consumable. That's maybe they did that on purpose in order to have it not count. That's sucks really bad. I don't need like hundreds of thousands of these, but I wanted to get a bunch because I think it's going to be helpful for some skilling grinds coming up. All right, I got the magic anvil I was going for. So let me go ahead and pick up that shop upgrade. Last one I need is the agility statue. I'm going to do that. I'm going to try to work on some other things that I just kind of need here. Technically, I would like to get the old relic plating because I only need one more to make that shield, but I don't have an immediate use case for it. So I'd rather try to focus on stuff that I can use immediately. I can come back for the agility statues once I actually unlock them. I think what I want is one of these dig sites has a scythe that gives me more farming yield. Let me try to find it. Looks like it's a small artifact from the ancient market, so I will try to get that. Unfortunately, my chance is pretty low here, but well, I'm saying 73% is low. That's really high compared to when I started archaeology, but it won't be as nice as having a 100% chance. I haven't gotten this scythe yet. I'm waffling a bit on what I want to do next. I think that staying on archaeology certainly isn't bad, because there's still a couple items that are minorly useful. But I think I want to get on some other skilling grinds here because I've got most of the really impactful stuff from completing archaeology. Something I still need to do that's like big for the account is agility, since that touches basically every skill. I love to just like finish agility and then like lock in a pro combat set of things, right? I hate having to go in here and turn things off. I always forget to do it. It sucks. I don't think I can improve agility at all with cartography, but I'll double check really quick. I think pivoting to agility here is going to be good because it's going to scaffold my play, which is kind of what I want to happen. Because agility obstacles require levels and other skills. Like I'm going to need 99 woodcutting and fire making pretty soon. Uh, if I want to resume training agility, I can change out some of these obstacles. I have a lot of them set for cartography and archaeology, but I can just assume that I'm going to leave that behind for now. Maybe come back to it in the distant future. Fortunately, the obstacles related to archaeology aren't that important. There's nothing interval related. And, the dig site refinement costs, item doubling, not as important as something like interval. So I think I can swap those out without any problem. Preserve dig site map excavation. I think I'm already at the preservation chance cap. It doesn't show it, but assuming it's still 80%, there's no way I'm not already there from all the other unlocks I've gotten. I guess I want to be pretty sure I'm done before I swap here because I would have to turn ocean drifting back on to get the cartography interval to make dig site maps. I don't want to go through and make an extra map for every dig site because that's super overkill. There's really nothing else here that I desperately need. I mean, really, getting the giant clay pots for all the extra farming patches is pretty important. And I already have one copy of basically every other useful skilling item. I think there might be like a couple that are still worth picking up. What I would like to do eventually, I kind of want to do all of the AOD PDM content because it seems really interesting and has some cool drops. And it's got its own like progression where you have to get increasingly better barrier gear. But I want to have the best possible agility loadout to do that. So yeah, I think it is agility next. I think so. We need to replace ocean drifting with ice jump. Is going to be better for training, I think. I think the big objective now is to just maximize agility interval reduction from obstacles. Let me check everything else I should have here. So we still want this to be cargo net. This needs to be balance beam instead. Okay. Then I think gap jump, we actually want to change that to balance seesaw. Is that right? Pitch up is balance seesaw. Cave trail, obviously, we want to change. That should be gap jump. No requirements. Love to see it. Trying to maximize XP here. Tree climb becomes mountain climb. Tree balance is the new thing we want. Heat trap sucks, but we need to have something negative here. Tree hang and then ice jump. Okay. And then I'm going to use, I've got a bunch of potions that I'm going to use here. I'll have like 8,000 potions, so that should last plenty of time. And then I'm trying to look for other sources of interval reduction because I'm pretty sure I still have some. Got the monkey eagle synergy, which I might need to leave to get more monkey tablets. That might be what I do AFK during stream here, but I've already got 10% interval reduction from that. Go ahead and start. See how much of this I can get here. When I get to 90, I'm going to have to get woodcutting and fire making to 99, which I should be able to AFK pretty easily. And then when I get to 100, I'm going to have to get cooking, slayer, and smithing to 100. I think the slayer grind is actually going to be the most significant of those. I'm getting candy looped here. It occurs to me that if I'm going to go ahead and do fire making to 99 anyway for agility, I should do it like now because the fire making cape gives a skill XP boost when I have it equipped. I guess right now I'm using the summoning skill XP cape. Or, well, I'm using the summoning skill cape, which gives me a chance to preserve charges on some of my more annoying tablets. So maybe it's not actually worth it. Maybe I want the summoning preservation more, but I think XP makes the grind faster. Well, I know XP makes the grind faster. It's hard to choose. Fire making would be good to get done now anyway, because I can wear the cape at virtually all other content to get the buff, and it gives you some like mastery buffs for mastering some of the logs. Maybe I'll pop over there. The problem is my training set has a bunch of penalties to all skills that I've already taken and would be very expensive to swap back out. I think I just kind of have to deal with that, I suppose. Agility is kind of a torturous skill. I really hate the way you commit on everything. It's like astrology is strictly easier to manage. I really hope they rethink agility going into Melvor 2. It wouldn't be so bad, I think, if it worked the exact same way, except you could maintain multiple courses that you could toggle between. Because then I could have a course that's specifically for training. And once I commit to it, I'm not stuck doing it. I think I shouldn't switch to fire making. I should wait until I get agility 90 and then maybe swap over to it. But should I? See, you're hearing me. If I have fire making 99 and wood cutting 99, I could swap to the next obstacle pretty much immediately once I get to 90. But I don't think there's any reason to delay. It sucks that I just took these skill XP penalties. This one's actually not too bad, and it comes with mastery, which is good anyway. This is the one that's really bad because it doesn't come with any other bonuses. I guess it only cost me money to build, and I have infinite money, so I could always toggle this one off, and it would cost me virtually nothing. Turn back on the resource quantity gained in farming. This is at least helping me with fire making, and I don't think anything else would be a big penalty. So I think I'm making a mountain out of a molehill here. This isn't a big deal. I'm going to swap this back to resource quantity gained in farming, go get fire making to 99, then get wood cutting to 99, and then continue with agility. There's a lot I can do for my fire making interval, which is cool. I can travel over here, which is going to give me minus 0.2 seconds, which is quite noticeable. And then I'm also going to go ahead and use this and this, which gets it down even further. The Burning Amulet of XP. I don't need to preserve any resources if I'm using U logs, but I might want to preserve resources if I'm using something else. Decide what What devil synergy do I want? Most of these aren't very good. I'll do something just to have the devil equipped, but chance to gain a diamond from fire making is probably useful. We'll see what other synergies I unlock, I guess. There really aren't any exciting devil synergies. I guess the devil plus pig is okay because of the extra mastery XP. But I think I'm going to need more of the diamonds because diamonds are really useful for making diamond luck potions. Are going to be the main potion that I'm using. I might argue, I guess I got 26,000 diamonds. With all of my preservation chance, that might be enough diamonds to last me the whole length of my account. So maybe the mastery is worth it instead. I'd have to make a bunch of pig potions. There are pig tablets. I need to make more devil tablets anyway. 20,000 is not going to last very long. They do have a ton of interval reduction, which is nice. 47.5% reduction, and then another minus 0.2 flat seconds on top of that. The grind shouldn't be terribly long, at least. And I'm going to stay on you until I get to 99 mastery on it, and then I'll swap to probably magic. Keep flittering between skills in a candy loop like a crazed moth over here. Let's go ahead. I'm going to get a bunch of pig tablets and a bunch of devil tablets so I can just let this AFK for hours. All right, I ended up making 144,000 devil tablets. That's probably going to be enough. Let me get back to this fire making grind. Mark of the Devil tier 4. Don't think that does anything. Let me check. Reduce coal required. Who cares? I have infinite coal because of township. 400% of base sale price of log that's offered to be granted as GP when burnt in fire making is kind of interesting, but past the point where it matters for me. I guess the extra XP from this one's pretty good, but I kind of want to hold on to my bear tablets. Yeah, so I guess the last one would be the eagle. I don't even know if that gives interval though. Oh yeah, eagle is agility mastery XP. Probably not worth it. Checking in after a few hours here. I'm almost to 90 fire making, it looks like. Then I can start burning the redwood logs. When I say almost, I mean I have a whole level to go. Because I think this controlled heat potion basically lasts forever. There's no reason to upgrade it, and it makes it so I don't actually consume whatever log I'm burning as a bonfire. So plan is to continue doing that as I work on getting to 99. Stepped away, I got 90 a while ago. Mark the devil level 5 is good. Let's change this bonfire to redwood. Okay, should be better. And then go back to burning you logs. Only like 5% XP that I missed out on, so not a big deal. Hey, finally got Summoning 105 for Owl, which I'll be using to finish up the Astrology grind later. And also Siren? I guess Siren is just a regular combat one, Strength. Okay, I'll try to unlock it later. I think I'm going to have too much to update for a while. I'm 93 fire making. I'm just going to keep letting this run overnight and see how close it gets me to 99. Then we'll get back on agility once I have fire making and wood cutting to 99. Still not 99 mastery. It seems like that takes quite a while. No, but I do have the 25% mastery pool checkpoint, which is an extra 10% interval down, which is pretty huge in terms of XP rate. So glad to have unlocked that. I think this is one of the slowest skills in the game for mastery gain, just because there's so few nodes for you to work with. Mastery is super interesting in this game. I think it's kind of neat that skills that have a million nodes gain mastery faster, but it really makes skills like fire make, especially astrology, is brutal. Because astrology is so dependent on mastery, and it's like so slow compared to everything else. Well, hopefully we'll get to that final checkpoint. 9 more hours of AFK on fire making gets us to 98. Okay. I think I have enough buffs that stuff like this is much faster than otherwise expected to be. The wiki suggests that fire making to 99 is really slow, and it's like a multiple day project, but definitely has not been the case for me just because I have so many stacking buffs. Now that I have 99 mastery in this, I can go ahead and switch to the Ring of Skills. I'll leave it on you because I'm still trying to get mastery pool up. Hey, that wasn't too bad. There's 99 fire making. Want that skill cape. I'm probably going to use it on many skills here. Don't know which ones I'm not going to use it on, so I'm just going to put it on every tab and then delete it from the ones I won't use. 5% XP in all skills is pretty good. Chance to get coal ore, chance to get ash. Okay. So now we have to do wood cutting. 99. So I'm going to go ahead and start with this redwood, and I guess it doesn't really matter. I'm not at the 95% threshold yet, but I'm very close. Pop over on the cartography map to the woodcutting interval area, and then I think there's an agility obstacle that I have to set. We're already looking pretty decent on interval. You do Ent plus Eagle. Pretty substantial. And I think I can still do like one more thing maybe for interval reduction. I guess I can equip these guys. I've got the old woodcutting gloves that I picked up. This is just plus XP. This is more XP and interval reduction, so I guess I can just burn through those, try to finish this grind up as quickly as possible. Don't think I need the body. Probably want the Ring of Skills or the Ring of Mastery. Probably wear this helmet. Okay, I'll let this go. There's 99 wood cutting. All right, those are the things I needed for the next agility obstacle, so we can go back to agility now. Let me just get all my equipment together and do that. All right, 7 hours of agility gets me almost exactly to level 90. I'm going to build the next obstacle if I can afford to. I might need to get some, like, Dragonite bars or something first. Let me see. Yeah, I do, in fact, need 10,000 Dragonite bars, so I'm going to start smithing that because I think I can. Mastery is still really slow with this skill, unfortunately. Yeah, let's do smithing, Dragonite bars, and then I might try to maximize preservation chance. I don't have a lot of these ores, and I don't want to mine for them again because that sounds horrible. All right, this is nice. I can maximize interval reduction and preservation chance. So I've got interval down to 0.7 seconds, so I should actually be done with this pretty fast. All right, got my 10,000 bars. We go back to agility here. We're going to build this one. 8% mastery in all skills. And I think I can let it run overnight with this setup. I'm probably going to pump a bunch of mastery into spike jump and boulder move, though. Since I don't really care too much about the checkpoints, I just want to get things leveled up as much as possible. All right, 9 hours of agility. We're at 96. We'll have a pretty long way to go. Maxed out on Mark of the Eagle. I might be out of Eagle. Yeah, I am out of Eagle tablets. All right, well, I got to transition to that because it's such a huge, substantial interval buff. Not having that's really bad. I probably shouldn't have let it run all night. I don't know when exactly I ran out of it, but I'll go work on that now. Oh, so I'm doing some township tasks really quick. I just got a Mark of the Siren, so I'm going to want to craft one of those as soon as possible to make sure that I can get more of them. I'll let this run complete really quick. Looks like I need to get raw magic fish to be able to craft the Mark. I just want to make sure I can get more of them in the future is all. Need to run away really quick. So we go to fishing, we do raw magic fish. I just need to get like a couple to make sure that I can get more marks. That's a really long fish time for the magic fish today, I learned. Okay. All right, I'm over here now. Magic fish, just make one, should be enough. Get back to this township task. Okay. We were doing the deep sea ship. Might end up wanting to consider actually making a bunch of siren tabs because they have a much better max hit. I think the max hit on my dragon is 1920 and the max hit on the siren is 2000, which I guess isn't that much better, but if I end up doing a lot of barrier combat later, I'm going to want to have as high a max hit as possible. Oh, he's got the ancient wizard robes from doing these township tasks here. I think that's going to be a temporary upgrade when I get magic to 70, which I'm only one level away from, so that's kind of cool. All right, I've been letting Eagle run long enough that I finally have the 95% checkpoint here, which is really good. The plus 10 base primary resource. I have like almost 500,000 Eagle tablets. So that's probably enough for now. I was thinking about trying to get it to 99 mastery, but getting this up was the main objective here. So I think I'm just going to pump any excess into Monkey and then do Monkey now so that I can, let agility AFK without it running out. So that's Monkey's a little bit harder for me to AFK because I am going to run out of the different kinds of jewelry that I have, so I have to make sure I'm paying attention on the other screen here. Okay, I think I've made enough monkey tablets to be good for a while now. I did run out of secondaries, though. I think I timed it almost perfectly. It must have run out just like a little bit ago. So given that, I'm going to go back to agility now that I have synergy that I want. 400,000, 300,000, that should last me plenty of time. And we'll go ahead and get started here. I have a chance to play attentively here, so I'm going to explain why there's a 30,000 food boxes being open here. I haven't bought these before. I probably should have, because a lot of these show up in a bunch of other recipes, and it didn't even occur to me that I could use these to make stuff in summoning, right? Because there's several summoning familiars that require cooked food as the input, and I can just get basically unlimited number of them. So I should have done that a long time ago. But this should be enough lobsters. What I'm considering doing is I need to have 100 Slayer to get the next obstacle. And like how I backed out to go do fire making, I might back out to go do Slayer because I have an opportunity to play attentively here. And I'm noticing that if I have a higher Slayer level, then I get more Slayer coins when I do a township task. And that's my main source of Slayer coins right now. So I think I'm going to reconfigure temporarily into combat. I'm just trying to calculate how expensive is that actually for me. Rocky Waters seems like a borderline mandatory take. It should be less expensive, though, now that I can just pay lobsters from Township. I didn't realize how much Township trivializes a lot of these costs, is the short version. Yeah, actually, raft building costs 2,000 swordfish, but who cares, because I can also get those from food boxes. Okay. Fortunately, it looks like I need 99 hit points to get this one, but I do have the carrots. But maybe I'll get 99 hit points as a result of training Slayer for a while. So I'm just going to study this for a second and make sure I got everything what I want it to be before I switch things over. I guess the problem is I wouldn't want to switch anyway because the Dragonite bar, Redwood logs cost is actually still really substantial for me. I'd have to spend a lot of time smithing and wood cutting to get those back. So I think I want to leave the boulder move where it is, even if I were to get to 99 hit points. But I can go ahead and change everything else. I think what I eventually want to do is pull enough mastery that I can get some of the really good higher tier obstacles up to 99 just from spending mastery, because that cuts the negative effects in half. So trying to decide, do I want to wait now? I just said that I was going to go do Slayer, but now I'm having second thoughts. This is something I don't like about agility. I think it's really important that RuneScape and RuneScape-like games be low commitment, that at any time you can be distracted by something and switch to it without it costing you anything. And the fact that there's even a cost here is like making me pause. So let me agonize over this for a second and make a decision. I guess if at least I wait until 99, then at 99 I'll have the cape, which will reduce the cost of building stuff. Maybe that's a good enough reason to hold off. It's actually not till 100 that I can even build the new obstacle anyway. So even though I can play attentively, I guess I'm just not going to. I'm just going to let this run. Not quite 99 agility yet. Relatively close, though, right? Let's take a look. Oh, yeah, it's going to happen. I'll let it run overnight, and then I guess I'll check in tomorrow. I might end up letting it run past 100 just because getting the 100 obstacle is pretty hard. And right now, I'm mostly just doing it because I want mastery. I don't really care as much about the levels because I can spend the mastery and make some better decisions about what obstacles I want to use with a reduced downside. Well, here comes 11 hours of agility. Right. Yeah. Agility 102, summoning 107. Gain 2 extra circlets of Raylix. It's pretty funny. 148 mastery tokens, though. Like I said, I'm mostly here for mastery here. Probably going to tab out now that I'm above 99 and there's an obstacle I can build. I should make this passive pillar. Probably should have done that before going to bed, but that's okay. We're past the 60%, 50% checkpoint now. Let's see if I spend all these tokens. Really substantial 7 million mastery pool. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I can't afford to do any of these. I need 100 mining or 100 prayer or 100 HP herbal or and woodcutting or 100 slayer cooking and smithing or 100 attack defense and prayer, none of which I have. This is the one that I could go to that the guide recommends for training agility. Let me see what I can do though with all of this extra mastery. I don't really care particularly much about the 95% threshold. I guess now that I'm kind of close to it, I should just let it go. We'll see. Well, it's good to see I got 99 on 2 of these. Unfortunately, it's not very helpful on boulder move, but it's great for tree balance because it cuts that penalty in half. This penalty I really need to cut in half, so hit that eventually. I suppose I could just keep training agility just using this set because like the XP per hour is not bad. Obviously you want to be running whatever the last obstacle is because it's worth the most XP, but because it's such a substantial grind to unlock that stuff, maybe it makes sense to just let this keep going to 120. It's a little inefficient, but grabbing the agility Skillcape, which I just need to make sure I wear whenever I'm changing the course because of the way it saves you money and items. So as far as what to pick for a pillar, once I transition to combat, I'll obviously swap to the pillar of combat. But for now, I think I just take the pillar of skilling. Pretty useful across the board. And this isn't too expensive for me to swap out. 50 million, I can pay that standing on my head. I have like infinite silver bars, and I can get gold bars if I really need them. So yeah, just take that. Yeah, I'm thinking about this keep running until I get to the 95% checkpoint because then I'll feel a little bit better about swapping stuff in because I think that means I have 25% item build reduction just strictly from mastery plus 20% from the skill cape. So that's 45%. I need to double check. It tells me somewhere what the max is. Cost reduction capped at 95% until you get the shop purchase. Okay. And then I can also get 10 stacks of building the obstacle repeatedly. So I guess that would be 40 plus 45 is 85% plus also get 10% for getting it to 80 mastery. So that would be the 95% cap. So actually getting it to 95 is not helping me in terms of saving me on cost reduction. I guess it does until I've built it 10 times, right? Okay. And that shop purchase requires completing Into the Mist 5 times, which is pretty distant into my future. I mean, I guess I could start focusing on it, but I think that requires that I have my all 3 combat styles leveled up and geared. So that would be like months probably of deliberate grinding if I was trying to get ranged and magic caught up and then complete all of the god dungeons to get full kits of gear for all of them. But this would be nice because then you could just like buy everything enough times to the point where it's just free and you could just switch things out for agility finally and not feel like you're stressed and committed whenever you make a change here. I'm finally about to get to 95%. There we go. So now the objective is to use post 95% mastery on the obstacles that I'll be swapping to for combat. So I have to look those up. My plan is going to be to take all of those to 99 so that the negative, like the downsides, are cut in half. And then I'll go ahead and work on like Slayer or something. Number 1 priority, I think, is to get water trap up to 99 because water trap is the least, the worst. I can use my words here. If I'm doing combat, water trap is the least impactful, purely negative thing. This obstacle is always negatives no matter what. So we want to get this down to a 3% skill XP penalty, which is basically non-existent. So I'm going to try to max that out first. And then I'm going to work on, I think the next one is going to be, cliff balance has a prayer point cost increase that I can get cut in half. That's actually not too bad because prayer is basically infinite now with high level archaeology. But I'd still like to go for it just so that I minimize the penalties as much as I possibly can. So water trap to 99 is the current objective. Let's get it as high as we can. I'm going to have to check this on mobile frequently to avoid overcapping, so I'm just going to be pumping all the mastery into water trap, and then probably one of the other combat ones like cliff balance. I guess I'll pump some points in here too so I can AFK as long as possible without overcapping. Okay. All right, so I finally have my shit together here. I have 95% threshold again, and I've already hit 99 mastery on the water trap, which is the least impactful to combat. So I'm going to reconfigure everything. I'm already 106 agility, so I've kind of overshot things a bit for not having access to these obstacles. I guess I'll be able to build them right away. I expect it's going to slow down really substantially if I don't build these obstacles because they're such a huge source of XP. So the current project is I want to build, it's either going to be, the recommended obstacle is this one, which requires Slayer 100, Cooking 100, and Smithing 100. But failing that, I could do the one that just requires 100 Prayer, which also has effects that I'm happier about. I think that in the process of getting to 100 Slayer, I'm almost certainly going to get to 100 Prayer because I have to get 15 Slayer levels and my Prayer is like 90 something. Yeah, 93. So I'm going to rebuild for combat. We're going to go start working on Slayer. I'm going to see if it's possible for me to AFK Elite Slayer tasks. It might not be, but it might change with all of the extra damage reduction and health I'm going to get from this. So let me do the reconfiguring. Another candy loop. To get cliff balance, I need level 20 range, which I think I can probably squeeze out super fast. So let me do everything else first. It's going to make a ton of bronze throwing knives here because they're really easy to equip and very fast and should do a bunch of damage without me having to use too much brain power for grinding range to 20 really quick. Quickly throw together a armor set for level 1, which should just be cowl, gloves, body, boots, fan braces, chaps. Actually, probably not going to equip most of these because I'm likely going to have stuff like the Elder Crown and like the Sand Treaders, right? I might do the bulky gloves too. They are a pretty significant increase in interval, but they give you a lot of strength bonus. They have like no equip requirement, so might be able to make something like that work. Let's see. All right, let's see how this goes. I've got plus 0.4. Well, what's my accuracy here? 41%? That's not amazing. I can do range assistant potion, which helps a little bit. Don't know if the max hit difference is worth the substantial decrease or increase in my interval. Probably also fight something a little bit easier than a master farmer to start. Get some early range levels. So I'm going to finish him off here and then swap to another one and see if it makes a significant difference. I could probably also get a ranged hinder potion. Assume that's a thing that I can get here. Got melee hinder, magic hinder. Oh, I wonder if range hinder might be locked behind higher range levels. Requires range 40. Okay. Just so you can't skip those early stages, I suppose. All right. Hope to remember to switch prayers. I went ahead and made steel throwing knives since they're quite a bit better. And actually used the ranged prayers, which is a pretty big difference. Now I have a really high chance to hit and a high max hit. Decide if the bulky gloves are worth it. I feel like they're probably not because I guess I'm completely counteracting the attack interval penalty. Oh, if I equip this, I am. But it's hard to say if that's actually worth it or not. No, I forgot to move to the bandit camp on cartography. That seems to make a pretty big difference. Oops. I guess if I'm on the bandit camp, that gives me a bonus from my equipped range strength. Maybe that is enough to make a difference to where the bulky gloves are worth equipping. They didn't seem worth equipping. That's a pretty substantial increase to the max hit, actually, if you're standing on that tile. Level 20 at any moment. This is pretty fast with throwing knives. I'm not sure if that's exclusively what I'm going to use, but it worked pretty well. You can do mithril throwing knives now, but the only reason I did that was to be able to get this agility thing. This one, cliff balance, gives me an accuracy rating increase, max HP up, prayer point cost goes up, but who cares? I basically have infinite prayer now. Go ahead and we take that. And I'm just going to deal with it being +2, and I'm going to gear up for melee, and I'm going to start working on Slayer. I have a couple issues embarking on this project. I am up to like 52% damage reduction, which is just enough to not get one shot by the Cursed Maiden. I need to have exactly 52% plus 11,200 HP. But I'm almost out of yak tablets, and I'm almost out of dragon tablets, and I'd like to have those because they speed things up quite a bit. So in my candy loop here, I think I'm gonna have to go back to summoning and make a bunch of stuff. But before I go to summoning, I'm gonna have to go to smithing because I have to make a bunch of shields to turn in to make yak tablets. I guess I should decide which shield I want because I could make the ones that are like super cheap for me. I have like an essentially infinite number of ore available, and they might take too long. Another thing I should probably do, I should probably make so many gold bars that I have enough to make, for example, the gilded dragon helmet, because I can craft that now. I just need to have the gold. And I also should probably switch to the combat pillar and have enough gold to switch back to the skilling pillar when I'm done here. So we got some things to work on. I think I'll start by just trying to smith all my gold ore. Got 20,000. I think if I can get my preservation chance up to 80%, then that should be more than enough that I can just let this run overnight and never run out of gold ore. So let me gather the stuff to do that. Hopefully I'll wake up in the morning with enough gold bars to make a gilded dragon helmet. And then I'll probably start working on some kind of shield recipe to make yaks, and then just let it AFK for yaks and dragons so that I don't have to worry about running out of these guys. Calculator says with 80% preservation, this is like 19 hours of AFK. So hopefully if I let this run overnight, I'll wake up tomorrow and have enough gold bars to last me for the lifetime of the account. Away I go. All right, that was enough to make 89,000 gold bars, which is pretty good. Smithing 100, which I needed anyway, and summoning 108, which I really need summoning 110. I need to make these soonish. I'm actually going to have to level up mining as well as part of getting the obstacles that I need in agility. All right, I'm making dragon tablets. I need to try to pump my mastery up a little bit because if I'm going to make yak tablets, I need to get as much mastery into yak as possible so I don't have to use as many shields. I could go back to thieving to get shields. It's not a terrible source of them, but I also don't want to be sitting on thieving for terribly long because there's not a lot I want to do with thieving right now. I guess alternatively, I could also try to do siren. I just have to find another source of like 1% DR so that I don't get one shot later if I do the elite slayer task. So I guess I will go ahead and upgrade my dragon helmet with all that gold bars I just got. Yeah, so one more time. Go ahead and pop that in my stats because that's 1% better DR than the rune helm, isn't it? Oh, I'm suddenly concerned that it's exactly the same as the pure crystal helmet. Your crystal, similar stats, it sure is. I didn't need to do that. That's okay. Eventually you merge those two items. Like I think you can upgrade this and it eventually requires the pure crystal helmet. So probably not a waste to build it. I think I'm gonna go ahead and do siren. So to get siren, I have to do raw magic fish. So I'm gonna go ahead and just AFK this for a little bit to get enough fish to level up the siren tablet, or make a bunch of siren tablets, I should say. Is worth doing because I need to get to 100 fishing anyway for this next objective. All right, I'm able to play attentively here. I've got 95,000 siren tablets and 20,000 dragon tablets. So I can do better with dragon, but I'll wait until I have to go AFK a long time to do that. Just checking in on a couple drops I've gotten here from running Slayer, Slayer crossbow head and the poison short bow. I think this ends up being needed for a township task. I'm getting pretty close to the point where I can actually complete 80 and possibly even 85 township tasks. So probably need to start thinking about that soon since some of the rewards are really, really good, especially being able to get the box 2s from the trader. Well, speaking of that, if I pick up these ancient javelins, I think I actually already have a township task I can do under very hard. No problem. I haven't done AFK combat in a long time. Let's see how this goes here. Strength 102, Prayer 96, Slayer 89. Looks pretty good. Bunch of drops, bunch of marks. 7 Elite Slayer tasks is not quite enough for what I need here. I might go ahead and skip this moth. I don't know how long I've been fighting it, I guess. New prayers are maybe interesting. Battle heart, evasion, max hit, edit, min hit. Give the enemy minus damage reduction. It's kind of cool. Thing I care about is the new Slayer upgrading to get 4 more elite tasks. Okay. Moth sucks though, so I think I want to do something else. Let me try to re-roll it. That's much better. I've killed enough Darkhorned elites now that I can pick this up. It's 5,000, well, I guess 4,000 free damage reduction, 4 potions. That puts me at 75 tasks complete, so I really should try to go for 80 and 85. I'll probably do that very soon, maybe even tomorrow morning. Checking back in, I completed 3 more tasks, so just 1 more to go. Probably going to babysit this. Now unlock the Dark Waters. Okay. 82 more Noxious Serpents, and I should be able to buy the next Slayer unlock. I've always babysat Slayer, so it actually feels kind of nice to just kind of walk in here and be done with it instead of watching every single task tick down. I don't know when I'm going to be able to do the Master Task. It's probably a little too dangerous because I think the Master Task includes a dragon who can one-shot me, but I'd have to look at my max hit and see if there's a way for me to manipulate it to not get one-shot. All right, here's the last Elite Slayer kill. I might leave it on Elite Slayer just to get levels. I mean, obviously I want to get Master eventually, but for now I just kind of want to unlock stuff. Okay, so we could go by this, this guy now. Elite, I get 2 of those. Then I can unequip these 2 things. And then can I do it from the elite thing? No, I have to do it from here. So it's going to be upgrade. Nice. And upgrade. And I'll be able to do that for ranged and magic and have pretty decent gear really early. It's a really substantial Slayer skill XP increase. It's pretty significant. Okay, now I have to decide what I want to do with my life. All right, so I'm going to turn on Protect Item and try to fight the Wicked Greater Dragon here just to see what its confusion looks like. 3,000 plus 5% of your max hit is damage. So, like, the problem is my max hit can go up, right? Part of some of the choices I've made with my character. I want to make sure that no matter what happens, if my max hit goes up, that I'm not at risk of dying, you know? He is gonna like just absolutely chunk through my food. And unfortunately, I'm not gonna be able to, if I let this run overnight, I am gonna run out of both familiars. Very easily, actually. I really gotta decide, do I want to do this? I obviously don't want Protect Item on if I'm gonna be running it overnight. Let me think. It looks like I'm pretty safe. I turned off. I'm just trying to pay attention. I do get a max hit increase. I turned off Protect Item and swapped it for Chivalry. I guess 5% of your max hit isn't really that much. I mean, it's 3,000 is a big chunk of it. That gets relatively wiped out by a damage reduction. I think it's probably safe. Famous last words. Because there's a couple of these items that if I lost them, I would be very sad. If I lost the Infernal Claw or the Dragonfire Shield, I think I would die in real life. All right, well, I should actually like select the Slayer task here rather than just stare at this guy. After this one is done, I'll jump over to this guy. Trying the Chaotic Dragon. Oh, he has a really big max hit with Chaotic Slam. But it should be safe. Let me watch for him to do it, I guess. Should be completely safe. Almost positive of that. Greater Dragon Breath, who cares? Okay, here's Chaotic Slam. It hits me every time, but because it's 3 different ticks, it's just going to chunk through all my food, basically. Okay, I might kill him and then try the third dragon just to be 100% positive that we're good here. Theory, the range one's the easiest. Yeah. Actually, the melee is the most dangerous. Oh, that attack interval penalty sucks. I don't like that at all. All right, I'm going to let this run for a few minutes and then log in and see how much it's saying I'm chunking through my food here. So prayer usage and pumpkin usage seems fine. I guess the bigger concern is running out of summoning tablets. I don't want to be AFKing this, so I'm not getting summoning tablets. I also think I maybe should consider coming back to this once I have more God Dungeon gear. Something I could do is AFK the God Dungeon, but I really, honestly, I just need Slayer XP. So maybe AFKing elite tasks is a way to do that, because it's not building towards a new gear upgrade, but it's going to get me a bunch of Slayer coins, and there's still things I want to buy with Slayer coins. Yeah, I would eventually like to get this this cannon upgrade, even though it's not like super necessary. It'll just help with cartography, speed things up ever so slightly. So this is doable, but it's going to be like insanely slow to complete even a single Slayer task. So I think I don't want to do it right now. I think I just want to get XP. And this is probably not the most efficient way to get XP, given that my stats aren't incredible. Let me see if I can overnight making dragon tablets. I don't think that I can, actually. I think there's a problem in the sense that I don't have enough dragon bones. I have 19,700 dragon bones. I think even if I were to max my chance to preserve to 80%, it's not going to be enough. Yeah, I think, unfortunately, any tablet I want, I don't have the secondaries to be able to overnight it. So I have to do like a secondary grind here, or either let Magic Fish run overnight, which maybe isn't great. If I do Magic Fish, there's a township task that I really want to do that requires like 5,000 of every kind of fish, question mark. I need to get to 100 fishing anyway, so it's a thing I'm probably going to want to do no matter what. Where is it? Here it is. Yeah, so if I let this run overnight, I'll probably have enough magic fish to turn this in and then still be able to make some siren tablets. And I need to get my fishing up anyway for the agility course that I'm working on. So I think AFKing raw magic fish is actually the play here. I'm going to try to set that up. On overnight fishing, this should be enough magic fish, I would hope. Yeah, more than enough. Cool. So now I'm going to try to do skeleton fish really fast just to try to finish up that task. 90 fishing, that's good. Okay, I can complete this task now. I think I'm going to go hard. I'm just going to pivot entirely into getting to at least 80, probably 85 tasks. The reason for that is that a lot of these boxes are going to make things way easier for agility, especially if I can get like unlimited gold bars, because then I can just swap my pillars whenever I feel like it and don't feel like I'm going to run out eventually. So things I can work on that are low-hanging fruit, really what I need to focus on first here. I think fletching has a lot of low-hanging fruit, so I barely touched it, so I'm going to try to train fletching for a bit. I have to do some smithing anyway in order to level fletching. I have to get like javelin heads. I'm going to go ahead and do a low-hanging smithing objective, which is to make these battle axes, scimitars, swords, and so on. I also might, since I'm already kind of invested in combat, do these 1,000 black dragons. That's something I can AFK really trivially. Oops. Overdo the scimitar. Something I can AFK trivially, and I need the dragon bones to make more dragon familiars. All right, this task is complete. If there's anything else smithing I can squeeze out before I switch back to fletching. I want to minimize the number of times in cartography that I'm moving back and forth between locations. So since I'm sitting on the location that benefits cooking and smithing, I'm going ahead and making the 1,000 apple pies, which is just something I have to wait out. It's probably going to take like an hour. All right, I made 1,000 pies. I don't have to do any cooking for a little bit. Eventually, I have to do 1,000 whales. We have to get a really high cooking level to be able to do that. So let's see. What do I want to work on next? I went ahead and went to the trouble of getting a bunch of fletching materials. So let's go fletch, I think. All right, just hit 47 fletching and do mithril javelins now. I'm hoping with all of the preservation I have, I can stretch this to the next tier. We'll see. All right, I got a high enough level here to make emerald bolts, which should be a little bit better XP. I'm probably going to take that until I can make adamant javelins, question mark. These are one of the things I need for a township task, so I want to make at least 500 of them, no matter what. 62 fletching unlocks adamant javelins. I have to get to 65, I think, to do the township task. That's probably where I'm going to drop it for now. I might just be able to get there by camping these emerald bolts. I have tons of emeralds, so I can probably afford to do that. All right, this should be, yeah, so 65. I can make the adamant crossbow now. I might actually want to stay on this for when I have to step away today. I have to buy one of these. I guess we can just get 1,000 bowstrings. Who cares? And I have to quickly make an adamant crossbow head. Just one. Thanks. We make that guy. And then we go over to township. And it's theoretically right here. Yep. All right. So then I just need to get the divine potions. But there's still a bunch of fletching tasks. So I think I'm going to stay on fletching. And because I have a million billion U logs, I'm just going to camp U short bows until I can do U long bows, and I'm going to camp U long bows after that. So I'm actually at 79 tasks complete. If I can get to 80, then I can buy skilling boots, which will give me a small XP boost to doing more fletching. So let's go ahead. I think the spirit runes is probably the easiest next task for me to work on. That should be pretty quick, I think. Get all my ducks in a row to maximize interval here. I think there's a place I can go on the map for runecraft discount. It's this one. Runecrafting interval. Fantastic. Okay. All right, that was really fast. Spirit runes, no problem. I think I'm actually going to stay on runecraft for a second because there's going to be another really easy task for me to do. Here we go. All right, so that's officially 80. I'll go get the boots. But the next one I want to do is going to be this one. I need 100 Fire Expert Wizard robes. I need to be 90 runecraft for that, which I'm like super close to. So I'm just going to switch over to lava runes to do that as quickly as possible. And buying all of the boots here. So woodcutter's boots, burning man's boots, fisherman's boots. I think I have to manually set all of these to appear on the relevant tabs, which is kind of annoying. But it's fine. Fortunately, I have the bank space to abide this. Rafter, runecrafter, ocean maker. I get a bonus for having all 4 of them too. I do. That's actually pretty good. 8% mastery XP. I have to make sure I have all the hats things. I don't know if I bought all the hats. Yeah, so I have to buy basically all the hats because I stopped using the hats after I got the golden wreath, but I think now the hat is probably worth it. It's 1% less XP, but plus 8% mastery, which is pretty good. All right, 90 runecraft. I think I'm able to squeeze some more tasks out of this than I was expecting. So at 90, I can go do, I need like 100 of these, which should be pretty doable. It's relatively expensive. Let me try to preserve resources a little bit. 71% preservation should be great. And then I think I can probably pump some mastery into this to also reduce the cost a little bit. That's free, basically. That should be good. I just need to make 100 Fire Expert Wizard robes, and that's going to give me a Fire Imbued Wand, which I can use to do this task pretty much immediately. So that's 2 tasks in a row. That should be 100 any second now. There we go. Okay. So township, do that one. And with that fire wand, now I just have to manually make the other 3 kinds of wands. So to do this, I'm going to have to get more magic wand elites, which is going to require me to go pickpocket a little bit. I guess this task would have been much harder if my thieving wasn't so high. Okay, it actually took me a really long time, but I got a double drop of magic wand elite. It's like a 1 in 900 drop, so it's not particularly common. I think I got lucky the first time. That should be enough, though, that if I pop back over to Runecraft and I got to be really careful not to make too many of these. Oh, jeez, I need nature runes. Okay, one sec. You manage this very carefully, because if I am not careful, I will lose my elite wands, and they take forever to get. I'm actually probably going to try to max out my preservation chance here, just to try to save a couple of them. Be very careful here. So cast it once. Okay. Again. Eventually I need 10 of each wand, which is going to be pretty achievable, I think, with 80% chance to preserve, but I have to get, that one used one, shit. I have to get to 95 Runecraft to be able to do that. So now, in theory, is it here? Yeah, okay, claim rewards. Cool. That is 82 tasks complete. I think I can squeeze out 85 if I do these three. I'm going to do this one first. The trader crate should be pretty easy. So it was previously a brutal grind, but now whenever I pull trader crates, I get as many as like 7 per pull. So, and I have a 100% chance to excavate, so it should be pretty quick. Then I'll do the slime shooter, and then I think the grumpy willow is the next lowest friction task. I'll look through the list to see if there's something else that's closer. Rune javelins might be a little bit closer if I'm willing to AFK fletching for like a stream session, because I need to get 12 more levels, which will probably take several hours. Might consider pushing through to 95. The advantage of 95 is I can combine all of the skilling outfits into one skilling outfit that gives XP in every skill, rather than just the skills that are represented in the skilling outfits. But I don't think it's really going to matter, because there aren't too many skills that I care about that I would want to equip them in. Like, I wouldn't equip it in summoning, right? Because I have to wear the summoning outfit for all the big buffs that come from that. I'm already done with cartography. I don't need XP in archaeology. I don't know where I would equip that outfit, honestly. But 85 is a pretty substantial unlock tier. I guess you need 110 tasks to get food box 3 and wood box 3 and so on. But I also need to have like level 120 and a bunch of skills. So that is a much lower priority than 85 right now. All right, that was relatively quick. 1,000 trader crates. I'm going to try to do these slime shooters now. I got to get my gear together for that, though. I guess I don't need to be excavating anymore. I just need to kill 100 of these, which should be pretty fast, I think. I do have to wait for my familiars to attack every time, but after that it should die basically instantly, I would think. All right, nearly done with these slime shooters. There we go. Now I have to pick my 85th task. It's kind of hard to pick the one that's definitely going to be the easiest. I think I'm actually going to go ahead and do this one, 1,000 diamond luck potions. I need to get diamond luck potions up before I do substantially more combat anyway, and I should have more than enough. I've got almost 1 million Baronto herbs, and these diamonds should stretch if I pump my my preservation chance up. So I'm going to see if I can get this to tier 90 by AFKing it for the next 5 or so hours. It should be quite a bit faster. It used to take forever to get to tier 90, but I have like almost plus 50% mastery now, so we'll see what happens. Able to squeeze out 66% preservation, which that should get better the longer this runs. I think I could spend mastery on it, but it's probably better to let this checkpoint trigger to get me to 71. I really need to max this out at some point, so I'll let this go. Hopefully this gets me enough. It should be enough to be able to combine all of them and make a bunch of level 4 potions, and then I can actually use those in combat. Checking in on 5 hours of herb lore. See if it's enough. Probably not to get to the level 4 potion. Oh, it is. Wow. Yeah, I think Herblore is not designed around having 0% mastery bonus. It's already actually almost 99. It is substantially more reasonable once you have, I mean, I have like plus 50%, but at 0, it takes days to get to a level 4 potion. And I've got 14,000 of them. Okay, well, I can just use those without having to think about it. That's pretty incredible. So it's a very hard task. Just refund some diamonds, which is not great. So now I have access to box 2s, which are pretty much amazing across the board. This is infinite redwood logs, which is huge. Completely incredible. I need to get mining to 99, so I might do that in the short term to get these ores and boxes. That would be very helpful. Herblore to 99, I guess I can just keep making these potions, right? Like, oh, I'm pretty close, aren't I? I'm 96. I might let this run overnight. I think I have plenty of preservation that I need to have. This is like the best combat potion in the game, so I need to have so many of them that I'm never going to run out and can just use them without stressing out about it. So I think I'll let this run overnight, see if it gets me to 99 herb lore. That'll let me get the herb box 2. And I think after that I will work on, and the potion box too, if I can get a little bit more HP. I'm currently 98 hit points and pretty close to 99, so that would also be super helpful. In that box, there are what? Stardust would have been great a long time ago. Gentle Hands saves me the trouble of getting strawberry seeds. Elemental Potion saves me time forever. Melee Strength saves me time forever. Magic Damage saves me time forever. Necromancer saves me time forever. And it gives me Diamond Luck and Damage Reduction Potion. So this is basically a permanent time save. In that case, maybe I don't actually want to keep doing Diamond Luck because I'll get an infinite number from this box. It might make more sense for me to make damage reduction potions because I need these anyway. I need to get it up to level 4. So I think letting this run, we've learned that about 4 or 5 hours is enough to get to 90 with all of my current buffs. So I'm going to let this run for about that amount of time and either check back in or just let it run overnight. Actually, I only have like 695 large horns despite doing a substantial amount of Slayer. I might actually have to AFK that specific Slayer monster and do Elite Slayer tasks just to get these horns. I suppose that wouldn't be terrible if I did that. I guess once I get this to Mastery 90, it doesn't matter because Township's going to give me an infinite number of them after that. I can get the level 1s and then merge them into level 4s to my heart's content, but I have to at least make it to tier 4. So I'll let these burn and then try to calculate how much more I have to do. My preservation is not quite at 80%, but it could get there. We'll see. I got to get cooking to 99 at some point too, because that's infinite whales, which is incredible, and it's necessary for a bunch of agility obstacles anyway. I will go ahead and buy this wood box too, because I can. Why not? Open it. Exciting that this is going to be infinite because there's like getting redwood logs sucks ass. 64,000 redwood logs. Yeah, I am pretty pleased with that. All right, so I did 10 hours of herb lore. In the middle of the night, I only needed to be on damage reduction potion for like an hour. So I swapped it back to the diamond potion, and in the process, I ended up getting my other signet ring half, which I've been waiting on a signet ring half A for like months at this point. Really nice to have. I guess for 102 herb lore, 56,000 diamond luck potions, skill mastery. Okay, I have to check to see if any of those are good. But we should go ahead and get the Skillcape. I think it's pretty good. Yeah, double resource gain. I probably should have gotten that in the middle of the night instead of letting it run to 102 without it. But I'm going to have an infinite number of diamond luck potions, so it's not a big deal. And it did get my mastery pretty high. I'm not quite to 95%, but we're getting pretty close. I only used a few thousand diamonds. That's cool. Let me figure out what I'm doing this morning. I guess first things first, I should go ahead and merge these signet ring. Yeah. Now I never have to worry about that ever again. It's actually really funny that I got that after getting 85 township tasks, but you know, what are you going to do? Okay, so we're set on signet rings. I could try to go for 95 tasks, but I feel like it's a bit of a tall order. Not sure if I'm going to end up wanting to do that. I'll think about it. Unlike 85 tasks, the reward for 95 tasks is just essentially just saving bank space and a small bonus on a couple of skills. So I might not do that for a while. One thing is, now that I have township 85, or I have 85 township tasks completed, I really want to get these potion boxes, which requires hit points 99. So I might go find something to AFK just to try to get my hit points up since I'm so close anyway. But I can get herb box 2 now, which is great. I think that just makes it much easier to do the majority of tasks here. There's some like middle tier herb that's not covered in either herb box 1 or 2, but fine. And I missed it, but I have 82 tokens, so that actually gets me right up to the 95% threshold. Fantastic. Now I can just dump into other categories. I've got my damage reduction potion 4. That actually was really close. I said I checked it on my phone. I only had 120 horns left. So it's great that I don't actually need to make any more of these potions because I don't have any more secondaries available. Area control is area effect negation, which is probably going to be important later. Adaptive defense, I'm probably never going to use. Alchemic practice, actually pretty good. Better than the other herblore potion. So I'd have to get snowcress herbs, which isn't require me to level up thieving a little bit more. I should mention that I'm about to be on vacation. I'm visiting family for a few days, so I need to pick a grind that's not terribly interesting to update on. Let me make sure I'm doing something while I'm talking here. I was just going to do mining real quick because I need to get mining up to get one of the township boxes, but I do want to do combat once I can get a gear set together. All right, I just wanted to be doing something and not just talking with no skill training happening. I think what I can do, I'm going to try to finish summoning. So I have like 3 constellations I have to max, and wow, I can't talk. I need to finish astrology. I have 3 constellations I have to max, and because I need to be able to get the owl talisman, owl tablet that I haven't trained yet. So I'd want to max all 3 of my constellations and get owl as far as I can in case it has interesting combos with other skills. So I'll definitely do that while I'm out of town because it's super boring. After that, I might try to get a bunch of summoning tablets. The problem is I'm kind of limited on secondaries, but there's a few things I have essentially unlimited secondaries on that I could just let run the whole time I'm gone. I guess what I'll do is before I leave, I'll just screenshot my skills and my bank, and that way I can come back and summarize what all I did. But I'm going to try to keep it as like low interest as possible. So it's just whatever the most boring grinds are. Normally I would just let it run on cartography or astrology, but those are both done now, right? So I have to find something that's more immediately boring, but still useful. I guess what I might do is I look ahead on the upcoming obstacles and try to hit some of these levels. Like letting it just run on fishing. Cooking and fishing are probably the way to go because they're super slow, but I need to do a ton of it. I need to get cooking to 99 to get one of these township boxes, the food box 2. So yes, maybe we do astrology, fishing, and cooking, and in case I happen to finish in advance, then I'll pick something else boring like fire making or something. You know, I think I really desperately need the perfect swing potion 4 before I can do any more mining, so I'm gonna add that into my little candy loop here. But I want to get HP 99. That way I can be buying those boxes while I'm out of town. What are my other needs to get? Probably not going to get mining 99 in time to get any boxes. But I can almost certainly get HP 99. So let's find something to kill. I guess I have diamond luck potions now. So theoretically, these master tasks are a little bit easier. So I might give that a shot. I still need more familiars, unfortunately. I only have like 12,000 dragons left. All right, I'm fighting this chaotic greater dragon with the pure crystal 2-handed axe, and I think that with the diamond luck potion, it makes it really likely that I get a hit every single swing, which is pretty good. I'm just barely out of range of getting one shot, so I turned off automatically fight new slayer attacks so I don't have to like kill myself. I'm also using the battle heart prayer that I unlocked. I think it's better DPS with the diamond luck potion since the accuracy doesn't matter as much now. I need like 200k hit points XP, and then I'll be 99 hit points. Hey, there's 99 hit points. Okay, I'm gonna finish off this next kill, and then I'm gonna switch to mining, because I gotta get it to 100 anyway. But I should be able to buy those potion boxes now, which is really good. There we go. Actually, I remember what I said I was gonna do. I'm gonna make perfect swing potions and get them to level 4. I think that's a much better use of my time immediately. All right, said I was going to do this, so let's go ahead and do it. Let's get all of these potion boxes. Probably going to be dumping all of my potions into these specific potion boxes going forward. And then I have to manually go through and upgrade all of these, which is kind of annoying, but not a huge deal. I should clean up my bank at some point. I think once you go mad with power and have essentially unlimited bank slots, the pressure to actually clean up your bank goes way down. I think the hit point Skillcape has much of an application in this game, but I'll go ahead and buy it just to have it. All right, just got to 90 on the perfect swing potion. I'll go ahead and convert all of these. And there's one more thing I have to do before I go mining, and it's I want to get the mining helmet from thieving, because it will also help with a chance to do no damage to nodes, which I think is really important at this stage of the game. So let's do thieving. Let's pickpocket the miner after I equip all my crap here, of which I have a lot. Probably want the mastery thing. I don't really have a great tablet combo here, to be honest. 100% success rate, so that's cool. Oh, I got really confused for a second. I just clicked this. I forgot I was actually thieving the miner. But it's giving me a random bar, and among the random bars, it can give me some pretty high level stuff like this one, which will let me get some tool upgrades. I'm not going to get 1,000 of them in the process of trying to get this this drop, but that's still kind of cool. That was pretty quick. There's my helmet, so now I can go ahead and start mining. Yep, it's already included in the list of items I can equip. So this should go pretty easily, I think, I hope. We'll see how crazy it is to have. It's going to be like 91% chance, because it's 80% from the potion plus 3% from this helmet plus 5% or something like that from astrology. Let me make sure I actually have those. That might be one of the astrology things that I never actually finished. Oh, it totally is. Okay, well this is more important. I got to go ahead and do this. It sucks to have to do astrology right now. Maybe I can at least show you me getting the owl drop when it comes in, though. Unfortunately, the owl tablet or the owl mark is like a 1 in 5,000 drop. Oh, it's going to take me a while. On average, I guess I can calculate. On average, 2.5 hours to hit drop rate. So yeah, I might not see it. Hopefully I see it before I leave. I don't think I'm going to get to 99 mastery in time to do any mining. So I think when I leave, I will do mining. I'll just let it AFK on, I guess, runite ore. I might end up hitting 100. I feel like it would make sense to mine a little bit of the level 100 ore because I need it for several agility courses, obstacles. I mean, I need it to get all these tools. Yeah, I'm going to need like 3,000 of it. So I'll just come back and report that if I do that. I think the main thing I'm going to focus on, though, is fishing and cooking because they're like so boring and they're pretty slow compared to everything else. So it'll be nice to come back and just report that they're both like level 100 or higher. Oh man, finally got Mark the Owl. That took forever. I'm going to make a bunch of them really quick. Don't think it's actually going to help me with getting more mastery because mastery skills with your interval. But still would like to level it up a little bit. Fortunately, I already advanced this a bit. I got nothing else to spend Stardust on, so why not? All right, I am getting ready to leave, so I'm going to give you a summary of what's going on. I finished getting Terra to 99 mastery here, so I'll go ahead and pump that full. I think my plan is going to be mining to 100, probably on either runite ores or pure crystals, now that I have a whole bunch of chance to not do damage to the node. Then I'll do fishing and fire making, or I'm sorry, well, fire making too, probably, in case I run out of stuff to do because it's super boring. But fishing and cooking. Cooking really badly needs to get up. So what I'm probably going to fish in fishing is like whatever the highest fish is that I can cook. Because right now my manta ray is too high a level for cooking. I could do tilapia though. So I'll try to catch cooking up to fishing. I think I probably have enough preservation chance that I can do that without having to like fish significantly more than I cook. I have to get both of these to 100 for agility obstacles. And then if I happen to finish fishing and cooking and mining and I still am looking for stuff to do, I don't want to do thieving while I'm away because it's fun to report on like unique drops in the lake. I'll probably just try to make a bunch of marks and summoning, as many as I can, just so I don't have to think about that because I'm kind of paycheck to paycheck on marks at the moment. So yeah, here are the levels on my way out. And from your perspective, I'll be back in a few seconds to report progress from like 6 days away. Well, I said I was going to be gone for like 6 days, and then our flight got canceled, and we had to come all the way back. So I'm back. Didn't do very much. I did let mining run for a pretty long time. The reason this is 24 minutes, I've been checking it on my phone constantly. I got to 99 mining. I'm going to let this hit 100 mining, because then I'm going to AFK it on the Corundramite, whatever it is. The one that you need to unlock all the tools to level 100. I'll just AFK that overnight. Didn't really do anything else. I tried working on astrology a little bit. Yeah, I got Veil to 87. So right now I've got Veil's 87 and Celia's 80. But I didn't touch any other skill like I said I was going to, because I've only been gone for a few hours from the last update. I rescheduled the travel to Christmas, so at Christmas I'll take a long break. We'll see where we are at that point. Actually kind of perfect timing though. Like, I'm gonna hit I need to go to bed because I've been out late all day because I've been sitting in an airport getting delayed until the flight got canceled. Mining 100 almost instantly after getting home. Okay, so I can also do pure essence now, but I think Corundamite is what we want to leave this on. I actually probably need to put a bunch of points into it. At least get it to like 50 to get more node HP. Oh, I overspent. Shit. Well, whatever, it's fine. And my smithing level is already 100, so I can make the bars right away. How many do I need? Because I should get this pickaxe. 1,000. Okay. Probably actually already doable with all of my preservation chance. I'll let it go up a little bit because it's going so fast anyway. Oh, so that's kind of interesting. Like, as you're mining, you occasionally find these gem veins. So it's sort of like the meteorite mechanic that I already know about, but this will build up points as I mine above Dragonite. Okay, neat. Oh, making this bar is really, really profitable in terms of XP. 230 XP per bar at faster than 1 per second. That's crazy. All right, got my 1,000 bars. Let's go buy the pickaxe first. We'll get the other ones later. And then I'm just going to mine overnight. Should have plenty of this in the morning, I think. Checking in on overnight mining here. 11 million mining XP. Wow. Already 106 mining. That's cool. I might have to start getting more summoning tablets. I think it's not already a problem. It's going to be a problem very soon. Yeah, very soon. Okay, and I'm at the 50% mastery point. So now I'm mining every 0.25 seconds, which is really cool. I guess we went straight to iridium and palladium. Move some mastery into them and work on those, but I think I gotta go get these summoning tablets first, because I'm gonna be melting through them if I'm doing one like every second. Be pretty good for my summoning XP too. Yeah, I'm actually pretty close to 110 summoning, which is some new familiar tablets. So I guess I'll just start by making eagle tablets, because I know I can make a bajillion of those. All right, I've just been letting tablets run for a bit. I have plenty of... Okay, I need to explain why I'm doing this. I have a bunch of Ent tablets and a bunch of Eagle tablets. So why am I switching to woodcutting all of a sudden? Well, it's a candy loop. I can actually technically get this now. The 11th obstacle. And getting that will let me get the 12th obstacle, which has a really substantial summoning improvement. But doing this requires 11,250 hornbeam logs. So I would like to get to 102 woodcutting as required for those logs. I should be able to make the Corunda max, but I have to get to 100 first. So we will start woodcutting, I guess. So I got to explain something that just happened. I was cleaning up my bank, so moving the gemstones I got from mining around into the proper tabs. I noticed this runestone, so I looked on the Melvor wiki, what can I make with runestone? And it was like, you can make an iridium runestone ring. I forgot that I had a bunch of golden chests. I think I got those from, they must have been from Archaeology, right? Oh no, it's from thieving from forever ago. I must have stolen them from thieving and then not opened them because I didn't have the bank space. which I should have opened them because they're really good. This one is 8% of max hit added to min hit. Would have been a really nice ring to have a long time ago. This one, accuracy and its strength bonus up if your interval is high, which is good for my pure crystal battle axe thing. And then this one, 4% damage reduction when fighting a dungeon boss. So if we ever have a dungeon where only the boss is a threat, that's probably better than my other necklace options. So this would have been really nice to have a while ago. When I get back to the Slayer grind, which I'm eventually going to have to do for agility, I know I'm like deep in a candy loop right now. The objective is to get specific obstacles for agility so I can train agility. That's why I'm currently in archaeology getting candelabras to make wood cutting faster. I didn't even say I was doing that, but yeah, that's the thing that's happening. When I get back to Slayer, which I have to do, this ring I think is going to be really good with the Pure Crystal Battle Axe while I'm doing Master Slayer tasks. Checking in on 5 hours of wood cutting here. Should be far enough along. Yep. 101, I can now do spruce trees. And I can do beaver and spider, which is great. Summoning 110, happy to see that. I think to do the next ones, though, I have to get a corundum axe, so I'm going to quickly smith the bars for that. All right, got my bars. Go to the shop, buy the axe. Great. Back to wood cutting. Cut the spruce tree, and then I need to move on cartography again to get the better interval and re-equip all my stuff. And I'm just going to let this AFK for a bit. Interval's like 3.25 seconds, which isn't too bad. And interestingly, I'm getting raven nests now. 3,000 spruce logs from letting it go for like an hour. Oh, and I'm already 102. Okay, that wasn't too bad. So let's switch to hornbeam tree, because that's actually the one that I need for the agility thingy. I'm just gonna let it run overnight, and that should be more than enough logs to switch to and from the obstacle a couple times as needed. All right, checking in on overnight wood cutting here. Let's see, 104 wood cutting. It should be enough hornbeam logs to do what I want to do. I'm actually going to go ahead and open all of these raven nests, I think. Or maybe maybe it's better to hold out, because I think there's a township task coming out that's relatively reasonable. Yeah, 500 nests, but 15,000 logs is kind of an overnight situation. 3,000 nests is maybe possible if I like double down on nest drop chance. Still no new tree, which is kind of interesting. Because if I can make it to 105, I get a new tree. Unfortunately, I'm also sort of wasting the substantial amount of extra mastery that I get, but fine. So deep in the candy loop, it's hard to keep track of what's going on. I mean, the main objective was to make sure, the reason I was doing like mining, for example, was to be able to buy the ore and bar boxes, which I've already been able to do. Really, I just need to get this food box, and then I can move back to my focus on agility. That requires getting to 99 cooking. I need to get to 100 cooking. That's what was going on. I was like, why am I doing this again? I'm doing it because in wood cutting, I needed to get the hornbeam logs to unlock the agility obstacle here. Yeah, now I can afford it. It requires 105 summoning. That gives me bonuses to summoning. I think the only problem with doing this, I could do this now, but I get minus 20% chance to preserve resources and skills. I wanted to have enough summoning tablets for the entire grind to get this agility shortcut. Where is it? The one that requires 100 Slayer and 100 cooking. I want to make tons and tons and tons of summoning tablets for that grind. And that's why I want this obstacle first. But I don't know that I want the 20% chance to preserve down, because I think that that really gets in the way of my ability to train summoning. So let me see if there's anything else I can get away with. I could do water maze, but that requires 100 hit points. Really just try to grind this out, but that's the whole point of trying to do the thing. Ah, man, I'm in a loop. All right. 100 attack, 100 defense, 100 prayer. That's the same problem. I don't have to spend so much time on combat. I won't be able to do any summoning training. I want this so bad because it's summoning interval, right? Which is great. Staring at my screen and agonizing. Hold on. All right, I'm just gonna roll with it. I mean, I guess I could also try to minimize the 20% chance by like actually running the course and trying to get Pit Maze to 99 mastery, but that's a pretty big time sink to try to make happen. Summoning interval is probably just worth it. I went ahead and put a bunch of other things into chance to preserve resources, so hopefully those things combined make enough of a difference here. And I'm doing some summoning training here, but given that I actually have obstacles built now, I kind of just want to level these up a little bit. If I can go ahead and AFK agility for long enough and get these to 99, then the reduction in this penalty in particular would be really, really helpful. Especially for things like dragon tablets, where I'm using a resource that I can't get a ton of very easily, dragon bones. So I'm going to go through and change my course here to be best suited for agility training. I'm going to try to get these guys to 99. I think that since they're such high level and such long intervals, that they should get to 99 relatively fast compared to stuff like CargoNet that I'm still at 97 with. All right, starting agility training here, and I think a tricky thing that I really need to do is I need to go beneath the 95 and possibly even 50% threshold when I'm actively training, because these thresholds are only helpful when I'm building the obstacle. So I don't want to be over capping because that's not doing me any benefit while I'm actually training. So I think what I do is the ones I'm doing right now, Pit Maze is probably the most important one for me to get that penalty cut in half. So I'm just going to dump all of my mastery into that to get as high as I can. I probably also, because the rewards here are agility interval up to level 80. I guess actually up to level 90, but we can at least try to get both of them to 80. Let me do that now. Make sure it's Rune Crawl and Pit Maze. I let this run for long enough, it might even make sense for me to just jump them both to 90. Yeah, just to get the interval down as much as I possibly can. Puts me down to 68%, but that's okay. I can get back up to 95 before I think that'll be my rule, is that I'm now committed to training agility until this gets back up to 95% so I can get the discount again for replacing these. That really gets the total length of the course down substantially. All right, I let agility run overnight. We're at 110 though. That's good. That gets me a new obstacle. Let me see if I can afford to build it, or what is the easiest way I could build it. There's no requirements for any of these. Well, 67 million gold is a pretty substantial requirement, but I can get one of these up and running like right away. Looks like I overshot by a whole level, but that's all right. Let me figure out which one I want. Oh, and these guys are at 99 mastery, so that's fantastic. Funny how like the really short interval stuff's still nowhere near 99 mastery. Okay, let me think about it. I think I just want to take agility to 120. I think it should be pretty easy to do that. Oh, and I even recapped on mastery. Wow, I should spend some of that on something. I guess I'll do it on the next obstacle. Let me figure out what it's going to be. It looks like the recommended one for training is Cave Trap, which unfortunately is more resource preservation penalty, so I really have to remember to swap off of that. I think the only one of these I would actually want to have if I was building one to use, it would be this one, the mastery bonus. I could take that over the one that's recommended for training. 2,000 skill, but this is so much more skill XP. Yeah, I can always swap to this later after getting the 120, because 120 is going to be really worth going for. So let's go ahead and equip the agility skill cape, and then we're going to, might even just be able to max this out. Keep letting this run in the background. Cave Trap is the name. Cave Trap. Fine, let's just max it. Build Cave Trap, and that brings the price down pretty substantially. All right, and then we got a ways to go to 115. I've been letting agility run for a while. I'm at 115 now, which means I have access theoretically to a new obstacle. The problem though is that that obstacle requires a bunch of wood that I don't have. This one. Oh wait, no, this one. 8,250 red oak logs. I think it's actually less than that. It would be 5,250 red oaks. So I got to switch back to wood cutting. All right, 105 wood cutting. I can now chop the grove tree. I'm going to swap to that here. Need to get, actually, I'm going to have to leave to do mining and smithing to get an augite axe to cut the logs that I need. So I'm pretty deep in a candy loop here, but we'll do that after agility. All right, I've been AFKing wood cutting for a while. I should be high enough now to get linden tree, and then pretty soon I'm going to have to switch to mining and smithing to get the augite axe. Since this is 2.2 seconds, I think I need to do it plus the redwood tree rather than do a higher interval tree here. I'm actually high enough level to already get the augite axe, so I think I'm going to go ahead and switch to mining to get that. So I got to get up to like 108 mining and then 108 smithing, but should be doable, I think. Doing the mining grind now and finally getting to 0.25 second interval is incredible. This is like 5.5 million XP per hour on the gem vein. It'll go down once I drop off it. The only downside is it is eating through my summoning tablets. I think I have like 45% chance to preserve summoning charges, but that's not enough. So I'm going to have to leave to go make more mole tablets here in a second. But getting to 108 should be a pretty short grind. And then I think in smithing with my 80% preservation, I'm just going to be able to spam dragon plate bodies. And that should be pretty quick too. There we go, 108 mining. That was extremely fast. I'm just going to get enough augite here to set me up to get bars for all the tools. And then I'm going to switch to smithing training. Perfect timing. Just ran out of mole tablets. I only have like 600 augite ore, but with preservation chance, that should be enough. So switching over to smithing, I'm going to have to move on cartography over to here. Up. And then let me gear up. And I think I'm just going to make dragon plate bodies is the way to go. All right, checking in on 6 hours of smithing, and I am 108. Fantastic. Also made a whole boatload of rune shields for making yaks later. So let's quickly make a whole bunch of augite bars. This guy, go. Actually got to step away here before I get the augite bars, but you've seen me get the bars. I'm going to just unlock the axe and then go straight into wood cutting and cut. Well, I'm going to finish getting to 112, I think is the level I need. So I'm just going to cut trees until that happens, and then I'll update in the morning. All right, I ended up doing 10 hours of wood cutting. I don't know if it's going to be enough to get me to 112. Let's see. Not quite. 111. Do actually want elderwood logs, though, so I can swap to that. Very close. Maybe let this run today, and I'll get there. We'll see. There we go. 112 wood cutting. I need to get a lot of these. It'll take a while. I need like 6,000-ish. Okay, I let wood cutting go for 6 hours, and that was enough to get these red oak logs, which is what I'm here for. I think I might have enough. Let's see. I can turn this in, which is nice. Actually do a Throne of the Herald task. I might actually try to go for 95 tasks. I wasn't going to do it before, but I think it's pretty possible for me to clear some of these, like getting up to 3,000 Raven Nests at some point. But not urgently. I think more urgently, I'm going to resume my agility training. So I equip the cape, create an obstacle, 5250. It's already level 99. And then I'm just going to make sure I have all of the necessary geared together. An interval reduction to run agility. I think things are slowing down substantially here. I let agility run overnight. I got 1 level up. So it's going to be a little bit before we get to 120 here. All right, I did hit 118 agility, so now I can unlock the penultimate obstacle. I guess it's the final obstacle and then the pillars after this. So we're going to go ahead and do this one. 4% mastery for all skills isn't bad for 15% chance to preserve. That's pretty great. And I'm just going to let this go till 120 to get that pillar. All right, 14 hours of agility, probably not enough for 120. Yeah, it's not. 119. 13 summoning. Getting close, though. It should happen somewhat soon. don't think I'm going to have to get more Eagle tablets before I'm done. I don't plan to run this agility course basically ever again once I get to 120. I mean, maybe I'll have to get mastery pool for specific obstacles. I should probably pick an obstacle to max out since I'm at 100% right now. All right, this should be 120 agility. Yeah, nice. Elite passive pillar. So I can't actually build that because I need 10,000 divinite bars. So I think I'm going to go back to mining and smithing to make those. And then I have no reason to actually train agility anymore. So I'm going to do stop. I'm going to claim the tokens in my bank, which gets me up to 99%. So I can spend that on whatever I want later. And I still have some backup tokens. But yeah, let me start mining. I guess we'll do augite. But I am completely out of mole tablets and almost out of eagle tablets. So that's actually what I'm going to have to do first. Let's go do that. All right, first things first, let me buy the superior agility skill cape. And then I think looking at all the obstacles here, I don't want the cave trap because the HP penalty sucks and so does the chance to preserve resources and skills. So I can take the balance trap because it only penalizes agility training and I won't be training agility basically ever again. But I have to add the superior. Okay, hold on. All right, so we equip the superior cape and then we change the cave trap to the balance trap. And that does give me a chance to double items globally, which is pretty nice. And I don't have to get it to 99 because I'm not going to be using agility anymore anyway, so it doesn't really matter. I have to decide what else I want to swap now that I'm done with agility training. I don't need anything that affects agility interval anymore. So let me see what I want from here. I think I just want cliff balance. It's an extra 200 hit points, a bunch of accuracy. The prayer point cost goes up, but that's basically a non-penalty at this point. And then this one was also agility interval. I think we want the HP. But I think I have to take summoning interval first while I'm doing the summoning training, and I can switch it to HP in the future. That'll probably be my permanent thing that I do. Okay. All right, checking in on 5 hours of mining. We're up to 110. I'm going to have to go make some more mold tablets because I'm already almost out. But that means that I unlocked a new node. Oh, I need 112, so I can technically do this one because I've been building up on it. I may as well do it for some XP really quick. It just hit 111 mining. I gotta get to 112 for meteorite. I'm just gonna let it run on the onyx here until I run out of node health because it's a lot of XP, and then I'll have to leave and go make some more mold tablets and eagle tablets. There's 112 mining. I finally can see how much meteorite HP I have. It's a lot. 129,351, and I can conserve it. I can probably let this run overnight, to be honest. That's probably what I'm going to do here. All right, I did the calculation, and I have enough. I could do 99 hours of nonstop meteorite mining with my preservation chance, which is pretty funny. But I'm going to go quick because I want to get the meteorite pickaxe. So I'm going to smelt this into bars really fast. Meteorite bar. Oh, I'm not high enough level yet. Well, I have to decide if I want to level up smithing. I'm going to have to level up smithing anyway, so I may as well. I probably committed some extreme overkill here on smithing, doing augite bars overnight. Yeah. Well, that's nice. I can make the meteorite bar. Not as much overkill as I thought, but this should be enough bars to make a lot of things in the future. Yeah, so now I can make meteorite bars, so I'll let that go. I actually run out of, I totally ran out of salamanders. That really slows stuff down. Let me look into that. All right, I got to enough meteorite bars to unlock this. This is going to be worth it because it increases the base quantity from meteorite, and because I'm going to be mining meteorite for a really long time here, it'll give me a bunch more superior gem spawns, which is great. Let me get back on the right tile for this. That's this guy. Interval. And get all my stuff equipped and we should go here. I'm going to have to make more tablets somewhat soon, but we'll let this go. Yeah, I think the 4% chance to get a quality gem is kind of really good here since I have enough meteorites to mine it for like 100 hours. That should get me, there's a couple township tasks to get a boatload of different kinds of gems, and that's probably the only way I'm going to get it now. Like I've already gotten like 30 Z fights, and the rest of these Z fights are from all of my combined time mining above 99. Just hit 115 mining was the objective. I can now mine for divinite. I'm going to do that for a little bit and then switch back to smithing, I guess. I need to pump mastery on this thing, though. I should have done that first. Oh, well, like 60. All right, so I got to go make more salamander tablets. I'm just going to let this run and then probably pop in and make a bunch of eagle tablets, and then we'll camp smithing. I should just be able to make meteorite bars all the way to 115, no problem. Training on meteorites here. I have enough to get the meteorite axe. Then I'll just keep making bars until I can make divinite. Oh man, it finally got the smithing pet, Puff the baby dragon, at level 113. I feel like that's super late. I think Andrea got that like immediately. That's really funny. I guess I have enough meteorite bars now. I can turn this in. Yes, I think 95 is going to actually be pretty possible, especially since I should be able to hit this Zephite target. Some of this other stuff is very difficult to do, but I'll get it eventually. All right, overnighted smithing here. We're up to 116, so overshot things a teensy bit, but then I won't have to worry about it for a while, so that's good. Let's make these divinite bars. All right, been making divinite for a bit here. I have enough already to buy the pickaxe, although I might just hold out and get the agility pillar, because once I can get this pillar, it's going to make making divinite faster, right? And this is probably the one I'm just going to camp on. I think if I equip the superior agility cape, it does make it cheaper. It gets it down to 8,000. I could get it down a little bit cheaper if I went to the trouble of getting this agility prosperity upgrade, but it's going to take a really long time, and I kind of want the bonus now. So I'm just going to wait until this gets up to 8,000 and then pick it up. As far as what I'm doing with pillars, I don't even know if I'm going to ever use the Elite Pillar of Conflict. I mean, maybe if I spend a substantial amount of time only doing combat, maybe I'll swap to it. But other than the Flat Slayer area negation, these other effects aren't very helpful because they're just basically saving me food or prayer points, which I don't really care about. But the area effect negation might be necessary for some later Slayer. I think there's a Slayer area where you basically need to completely nullify the area effect. Otherwise, it's impossible to do anything there. The Pillar of Endowment, the only thing here that's even slightly interesting is the chance to preserve summoning charges and the base quantity gain in summoning, but it's not worth it given that I would lose out on reduced interval. I think what I do is I take Pillar of Expertise, I slam it, I forget about it, I maybe touch it in a couple months whenever I go super duper duper hard on combat. But I think even when I'm going hard on combat, plus 8% chance to double items globally is still pretty good. Because that should be enough to help with any of the grinds I have to do where getting a double drop is a big time save. So basically like every dungeon. Okay, here we go. Agility Cape. Passive pillar, 8,000 divinite bars. I've got tons of carrion logs from farming, so that's a complete non-problem. Beautiful. So now I have lots of bonuses. I'm probably going to putz around with my agility obstacles at some point. I'd like to lock something reasonable in for skilling and keep working on skilling before I eventually transition into full-time combat. But I want to be as prepared for combat as I possibly can be. I'm going to stay over here on divinite bars for a second because I would like to buy a couple things. I can't do the divine axe yet, but I'd like to have enough bars to afford it whenever I finish my woodcutting grind. I can get the divine pickaxe, though, and the divine furnace, so I will likely pick those up. Okay, so now that I don't have any obvious scaffolding skills to work on, I think next I'm going to do thieving. I've been putting off thieving for a while just because I was trying to maximize the amount of interval reduction, which is what got me into cartography and archaeology and then agility. So I think I can get my agility or my thieving interval to be like truly ridiculously low. So I'm going to make a bunch of leprechaun tablets. I'll probably make a bunch of monkey tablets. I guess I probably won't be using monkey all the time, but I don't really need the money for anything. Let's go ahead and upgrade these. That should speed up the summoning grind a little bit to make these tablets. I don't really need the money. I'm going to try doing the leprechaun plus owl synergy. It gives me 9% extra mastery, which is pretty good. I already have a lot of stacking mastery buffs. Getting each of these to 99 is a pretty big deal. I think I'm just going to take the adventurer until I get to 110. My interval, I've suppressed it down to 1 second. So 1.05 seconds. It's going to go away once my candelabras get used up, but still pretty low, pretty good. Thieving all night. Let's see where it got me here. We're at 111. It's a little bit higher than I wanted to go. I would like to pickpocket the sage, a bunch of seeds that I need for farming. I've already put a bunch of levels in there. 34, 44 max hit should be fine. Okay. Pretty funny. I'm mostly here on the sage to get the exotic herb sack, which will get me seeds for the new herbs for this expansion. I probably should have done this like hundreds of hours ago, but I really didn't want to level up thieving because it got really slow and I had all these other interval boosts I wanted to get. But the thing that's funny is I got the potion stirrer like almost immediately and still haven't seen a single herb sack. So potion stirrer is really good. It's going to help when I do more herb lore training later. But I really need to get, I can't just get one herb sack. I think each sack has one seed in it. So I'm probably going to have to pickpocket the sage for like 10 hours to get all the seeds I need to start bootstrapping myself into farming them. All right, let this run long enough to get 15 exotic herb sacks, which might be able to, well, I got 18 total. Might be able to boost me here. Yeah, sort of. I want to be able to plant all of them, and then I should get more refunded than I plant, so might hold out. I mean, I guess I've got more barren toe seeds than I could possibly use. Maybe after 128 minutes, I'll have enough of one kind of seed to be able to replace them all. I like to get them all set up on Snowcrest to start, because that's the most common one. And I think I need it for some township tasks. We got township tasks to turn in. Cool. Yeah, 20,000 Snowcrest herb, 20,000 Bitterline herb shouldn't really be a problem, I don't think. Hit 112 thieving for the traveling merchant. I think basically the rest of the thieving targets aren't particularly exciting. The vampire is slightly exciting, and is it Madra Monte at 116 is slightly exciting. I think I almost have enough seeds here. Yeah, it's really hard to get these wormtail seeds. It's like a 5% chance in every sack. But I planted one, and I should be getting back like an average of 6 every time I plant. So I just have to let them grow and figure out if I'm enough to go infinite on the high-level TOTH herblore seeds. All right, 8-hour thieving check-in here. Whew. 1 level. Wow. Yeah, it's getting kind of slow. 423 exotic herb sacks should pretty much, I should be set, I feel like. And open those. Yeah, that should be more than enough. Do I want to keep pickpocketing the sage? I guess so. Nothing really to spend the mastery on. I guess I'll try to get Madrimonte set up. Although I think I get Madrimonte after the vampire, so I'll do the vampire first just to dump mastery on something, you know? Did it wait out 114 thieving. I can now pickpocket the vampire, who I am just safe from getting killed by his max hit. A little scary. Not too much I can do about his max hit, though. I mean, I guess I already have a little bit of equipped damage reduction. I can maybe try to swap this for damage reduction. Might be the way to go, actually. Pretty significant increase overall. Yeah, that gets his max hit down to 3,500. The thing is, he drops a area unique that makes me better at thieving, but the downside is it's minus 4% DR. So I might sit here and wait for one of those to drop because I can get some benefit out of it if I equip it right away. I think just sitting on the vampire is probably the way to go here. He's got some useful drops. All right, finally got the masquerade thing to drop. We're going to want this for extra thieving, stealth, and a whole bunch of NPCs. I think it boots me up to 100% on the Explorer, for example. The thing that's really going to get me to 100% is the thieving superior cape, but I don't want to do too much thieving past level 120. We'll see. It is making a difference on this guy. I'm not going to have enough of them to run all the way overnight, but I got like 1,500, which should help. So I'll let that go. And we'll see what level I am in the morning. Hopefully 116. Checking in on thieving overnight. Maybe like one level again. Yeah, 115. Thieving's pretty slow compared to the other skills. 73,000 masquerade mask though. That's cool. And the blood ring is actually kind of useful, especially with that big axe that I have. Passive 25% bleed life steal. The target's bleeding. Bonus strength bonus. Not terrible. Okay, so I haven't been able to be to my computer for a little bit here. So a couple things to report on. 253,000 masquerade masks. That's great. So I'm 119 thieving now, so I'm almost to 120. I did go ahead while I was unable to record, and I unlocked Madramante and pickpocketed her until I got the crown, which is going to be useful for wood cutting. I only got her to like 90 mastery, so it didn't take me a terribly long time. But it doubles the number of logs you get from wood cutting, which would be helpful if I actually need the logs physically for something. I think, unfortunately, I've been running this for so long that I ran out of tablets. Yeah. That sucks, because I really need to get to 115 summoning. I do want to try to finish getting to 120 since I'm so close right now. So I'll probably dump this mastery and then make some more leprechaun tablets and then keep running this until 120 triggers. Well, I again wasn't here to check it. I briefly tried the Vampire Lord just to see if I could get his unique drop and got it after like 5 pickpockets or something. I don't think it's very helpful. Lifesteal is not super helpful. Damage reduction only applies at 100% HP. Maybe I might use it for some farming activity, but I'm just leaving it on the regular vampire now until I get to 120, which is pretty close now, maybe another couple hours. Did just finally get this task complete from doing farming. So now I've got 89. I could probably track down 6 of these that I can do. I might switch over. I might use these tasks as a way to scaffold my play. Now that I don't really have any major scaffolding skills other than summoning. And once I get 120 thieving, I might switch to mining to get these Z fights to turn this task in. And then maybe we'll do, I think it probably makes sense for me to do runecraft just because I want lightning runes anyway to make the lightning spirit familiar. Hey, there's 120 thieving. Fortunately, now that I'm 120, I don't really have any reason to continue thieving. I mean, I guess I can get money. I got a decent amount of money here from this grind. Superior thieving, Skillcape. I might buy this and just try it out just because it's such a huge upgrade. I think the thieving capes are like crazy busted compared to everything else. I think if I switch to that, puts me almost at 100% and gets the interval down below 1 second. So that's pretty cool. I don't think there's really anything else I need. I have the Vampire Lord's unique. I have the Vampires unique. Madramante, Sage. I think there's a couple straggler uniques that I might go for later. Like the Dark Knight has a somewhat interesting one, but not one that's going to be relevant to me for a long time until I can do more of the Throne of the Herald events. Nice to be done with thieving. I think close yet on summoning. I'm pretty close. I want to try to get summoning to 115. I think what I'll do is I'm just going to do mining. Mining's really fast right now, and I should be able to get a ton of summoning XP if I let that run overnight, and that should get me to 115, and then I can focus on making so many tablets that I don't have to think about summoning anymore as soon as I have access to the Fox tablet. That's my goal. Kind of in a stinky situation here. I don't have enough tablets to basically do any task overnight without running out of tablets. So I have to do some summoning before 115, meaning I won't be able to get the Fox tablet. So I think I'm just going to bite the bullet and do it. It's kind of annoying. I always need Eagle because it combos with everything, so I'll just do Eagle. Maybe I'll check in before I get a chance to update here and see if I get the level up. But this is a pretty substantial grind here. It's like 500,000 XP, and my XP per hour is like absolute ass. So yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see. I don't think I'm going to be able to get anything. Maybe tomorrow morning I'll finally have the level and have gotten 1 fox mark. I actually did end up putting together some extra tablets just to try to level up summoning that way, and got to 120 mining overnight. I guess you just get so much XP. It's completely ridiculous. I have enough Ziva. Well, I got the pet. Pretty funny. Running a little bit late there, but I got it. Didn't quite hit 115 summoning, but I'm super close to it now, so just let it run this morning. I don't really have anything else to do with mining. I was mainly doing this to be able to complete this task, which I was able to complete. Okay, fantastic. And I should have enough of all the other gems, so actually the reward for that's pretty good. I suppose something I'd want to do with mining in the future is getting a bunch of iridium and palladium for this task, which is relatively doable. But now that I'm 120, I have no reason to sit on it, so I'm going to pop back over to summoning, and guess I'm just going to make eagle tablets to try to get the level up. I need 1,000,000 eagle tablets anyway. All right, finally hit 115 summoning. I've been trying to get this for a long time. It always feels bad just making tablets knowing that I could be earning these rare marks. So hopefully I'll get the fox mark relatively soon. I'm just going to let this AFK for a bit and check in on it. Probably AFK'd a little too long here. Should have gotten the mark a while ago. Yeah, 1 mark of the fox. That's fine. I should have done it. I should have checked in sooner, but it's also somewhat rare to get. This actually uses these shards, which is kind of funny. I don't really care what pattern I use here. So I'm picking what color I want to burn. It doesn't matter. Just create these. That's fine. Give me 5% summoning interval. So we want to equip them right away while I'm making them. Yeah, just having one of these equipped gets my interval down to 2.05 seconds from 5 seconds, which is gigantic. That's great. I have the money left over for my thieving grind, and I'm just going to go ahead and buy a couple hundred more bank slots, get up to 1,000, just to not have to think about it. I was waiting for Mark level 2 forever, but now, just to kind of get more levels, I'm going to make octopus tablets, because I think there's a nice synergy that gets me even more interval reduction if I make octopus tablets. Yeah, let's do that. Now we're down to 1.75 seconds. Fantastic. The objective here is that Mark Discovery doesn't care about interval, so having a lower interval means I can get the marks more quickly. So I'm going to just make whatever I can get the lowest possible interval on until I can get the fox mark leveled up as much as I can. Just got Mark of the Fox level 3. I had to swap off onto some other things here on the Siren just to have something else to do. Cost reduction for Crow and Fox. Don't really care about that. Extra quantity of Leprechaun is maybe helpful, but I'm probably not actually going to be making any more Leprechaun tablets for a while because I don't have any reason to do thieving. I think I'm just going to sit on Siren because I would like to have a giant stack of these. Be convenient for when I do AOD stuff later. And I should have enough magic fish that this will last me my entire AFK period. Okay, mark level 4 for Mark of the Fox. That's pretty good, I think. That lets me combo it with a few more things. I'm looking for things that give me interval reduction. I think I need mark level 5 to get the 10% global interval reduction. Can I search interval? Oh, wow, not... Okay, hold on. Going crazy. I'm sure there was one that was based on interval. It's monkey, but I have to have monkey level 6, which I'm nowhere near close to, and I don't want to work on right now. I can also do something that gives me more summoning XP, but no resource gain, which is kind of interesting, but not what I want to do. I do want the resource gain. And then this guy's interesting. Salamander increase, but item cost reduction is disabled, which is fine because I have 1,000,000 bronze bars 3 million bronze bars that will last forever. I think that's probably the way to go, actually, here. Because I'd love to just get tons and tons and tons of salamander tablets. And I'll let that overnight, and then hopefully by tomorrow morning, I'll be level 5 Fox, which will let me combo it with Eagle. We will see. Yeah, 225 tablets per cast is pretty good, and I'm just having to pay like 25 extra bars. Who cares? I'm never going to use all of these. I really like that as a synergy. I wish I could get that for other tablets other than just this one. So every now and then I pop out to get more candelabras just because it's pretty easy buff for slower skills like summoning. I was just looking at the museum and I'm considering grinding out all of the remaining artifacts because I only have a few more to go, right? Well, a little more than a few more, but it's not that many. If I can get all of them, the golden trowel gives you a 10% interval bonus in archaeology, which would be pretty huge. That would speed up the time I spend getting candles and candelabras, so I might do that. It's not a huge draw at the moment. I kind of want to get a bunch of other skills to 120 first. I want to make enough tablets and summoning to not have to think about it ever again before I start working on like herb lore and runecraft and other things. But it's on the docket that I might come back and do that, depending on how many candelabras I ultimately go for. I let this run overnight. I got way less XP than I thought I was going to get, but 25 marks the fox. So that's cool. Mark level 5 and mark level 6. That's what we want. Now I can use the actual mark that I want to use here, which is fox plus eagle, right? Do I finally have that unlocked? Yeah, 10% summoning interval down. Now, and I'll make stuff that I actually want to make. I've just been doing this fox plus devil synergy to get XP and mastery. Oh my god, I'm so close to being done with this horrible grind for 5,000 carrot seeds. I need 50 more. I just did my last harvest. I'm like, it's going to be enough now, right? This might... Watch me get screwed and this require 2 more harvests. I don't want to, like... I guess I could technically get it by killing the master farmer or pickpocketing, but it's, like, so much slower than just getting it via farming. We'll see. I've been excited to be done with that, and I can just plant probably starfruit forever after that. All right, now that I have the maxed out Fox tablet, that was the big thing pushing me to do summoning. I can now sit down and just let this run for like an hour on any tablet and have enough tablets to last me a really long time for that skill. I think it's time to pick a new skill to work on. I think getting to summoning 120 isn't super urgent at the moment, and I'm likely going to get it from training other skills anyway. The thing that's going to guide me, I think I'm going to be trying to get access to more of these agility obstacles just to have them as choices in the future. This one seems really useful for when I actually need to do... Well, I guess it's interval for the skills, and once I'm at 115, I don't need the interval so bad. But crafting does have a bunch of stuff. I probably should have done crafting a little bit sooner to get access to some of the pouches that are helpful in other skills. So I think crafting is what I'm going to do next, and I think red d'hide bodies are going to be the way to go. There is a township task to do... Yeah, black d'hide vambraces, if I can kill 1,000 black dragons, which I could totally do. And it does give me 3,000 dragon bones, which I could use for other purposes, and 1,000,000 slayer coins. So maybe I get a little candy looped here and I go kill 1,000 black dragons and then make all the black d'hide vambraces and then just train crafting using red d'hide after that, since I can buy an unlimited amount of it. I'll look into it. All right, I think I am in a pretty good position to do black dragons here pretty quickly. I'll review some of my gear here. I might want to change things up a little bit, but I think this is probably the fastest thing I can do for now. Whoops, I dismissed it, but I got a Mark of the Spectre. I think that's a level 115 summoning familiar. Yeah, it requires ectoplasm to make. I would like to continue discovering marks for it, so I'm going to see if I can get like 1 ectoplasm. Might be kind of hard. It might be something that requires like a post into the mist thing. Let me check. Yeah, it requires 114 Slayer, so I will not be doing that just now. I did go ahead and get the cartography spot that gives me half a second reduced monster respawn time and temporarily built the regular combat agility pillar because that also gives you monster respawn. I might have some other options for respawn on here. Let's see. Do this. I need 95 defense for that and a bunch of whales, so maybe not. Sharks for the lava jump. Yeah, okay. Never mind. I guess I can't really... I mean, I probably could maximize it, but I don't need to go that hard on it. Okay, I've let this run for like an hour or so. I've got my 1,000 black dragon kills. I'm going to go turn these into the van braces necessary, and then I'm going to start working on training crafting in earnest. Crafting interval is somewhere. Hold on. Here it is. Eris Dungeon Ruins. Okay. Yeah, so let me gear up, and we're just going to make the van braces first. Okay, turn in this task now. I'm going to switch to making black d'hide bodies just for the XP. Pump some mastery into it really quick until I run out of the d'hide that I just got from that grind. I don't think I have any other use for it. Oh my god, I want to die. I instinctively replanted my carrot seeds. And so now I'm 3 below. I'll harvest it one more time and I'll turn it in. You know, one thing I probably should do is try to get mark level 4 in all of the base expansion marks, which I'm actually pretty close to doing. The reason for that is it gives you a guaranteed pet that gives you a chance to preserve summoning charges, which I'm going to want. Unfortunately, that's going to require me to do a lot of PVM, because I need the occultist, the wolf, the witch, the cyclops. The yak's already almost there. Yeah. So I have to do quite a bit of range and magic training, which I was trying to put off until I finish all this other stuff. I'll think about it. Maybe I can dodge doing it right now. I don't know. I guess 5% chance preserve is okay, but not incredible. I'd rather just stick with skilling. I can probably let it go. It's at 90 crafting, which I'm reporting on because of these rings, of which I can make 2 of them already. Maybe more, actually. Do the Ring of Blade Echoes. And the Ring of Barrage. Oh, this one I need to pickpocket a different guy, but I can do the Ring of Spirit Power. I think I actually need to make a bunch of these later for some township tasks that I'll look into. But I just wanted to have some ready to use when I'm actually training combat. No, I actually only need 1 of each. Okay, well I might pickpocket the Ring of Barrage thing later. It shouldn't take terribly long with all of my buffs to thieving that I have now. I'm actually just going to go ahead and get this out of the way because I should be able to get it pretty fast here. So I'll just do the Marauder. I need 25 Marksman Sigils. Okay. All right, just hit 26 Marksman Sigils. It didn't take very long. So I'm going to go back to crafting. I'm going to try to maximize my preservation and duplication chance because I actually want to use one of these. Duplication chance is pretty high. Let me see what I can do here. I'm going to do an 80% preservation chance. And that is enough. Okay, cool. We'll go turn in that township task then. Very hard. Excellent. I need 3 more tasks and I'll save a whole bunch of bank space. All right, I had this run for quite a bit. This might be me hitting 99, 98. Well, I'd really like to be here when I get 99 so that I can equip the cape because it gives you an interval bonus. So I'm going to try to sit that out. I'll be back soon when it happens, I guess. Oh, I did finally get my stupid carrot seeds so I could finish this dumb task. Finally. This took me so long. Like, I can't even begin to tell you how long this took. 3 months of just nonstop carrot harvesting. I guess I'm free now. I don't have to do it ever again, so that's nice. I still need to do 2 more tasks to be able to save some bank space and get the skilling outfit. So Grumpy Willow I can probably do. Could probably do Raven Nests if I just AFK woodcutting for longer, which is something I probably want to do anyway. Maybe I'll do that once I get to crafting 99. It's not urgent. The thing that might be slightly more urgent is being able to open these box 3s. That requires 110 township tasks, which is much further away from me right now. Probably if I do fletching, I can do this one with the diamond bolts and the Slayer's crossbow. I just have to get my fletching level high enough. Anyway. All right, there's 99 crafting. Let's go ahead and buy the Skillcape. One of the better Skillcapes. Pretty incredible, actually. A really substantial reduction in interval. And I'm not going to be able to run black dehyde all night because I'm going to run out. So I'm just going to do red dehyde because I can buy arbitrarily many of those. Let's do like, I don't know, 10,000. I can do more than that. Let's do, that might actually be overkill. 25,000? Buy some regular leather first. Hold on. All right, I got like 50,000. I'll just let that go overnight. I'll see what level I get to with the extremely reduced interval here. All right, checking on 10 hours of crafting. I may have ran out of summoning tablets in that time. Let's see. Maybe not. 104. Okay. Lots of things I can make. The artisan pouch is probably the most important. So I can make some of those right away because they give me crafting interval down, which is amazing. Let me try to pump some mastery into this thing before I do anything with it. Artisan. On here somewhere. To pump as much mastery as I can. I did get to the max level when I let it run overnight, it looks like. Get it pretty high. I have a lot of tokens. 97, not bad to start. All right. So I need pure essence, bags. I'm already at 80% preserve chance, so I'll just let this run until I run out of pure essence, I guess. I've got plenty of the other relevant items. Then I can upgrade these using the township thingy, so that will probably be a thing that I do. Holy moly, I was just looking at some of the new recipes I unlocked, and this elderwood body is, I mean, it's 150 logs per cast, but I have a ton of logs from farming, and I have no other use for these logs, and it's like 6,000 XP every time, which is really crazy, to be honest. So I am going to try to pound out some levels here at a 0.7 second interval with this much XP. I'm actually watching this blue bar fill like I'm a low level count. Guess we'll see actually how long this lasts with 80%, well, 74% preservation at the moment. I'm getting like 35 million XP per hour right now, so long as I have these Elderwood logs. So I think once I run out of them, this is the only way I'm going to train crafting from now on. There's no reason to do anything else because it's like comically faster than every other method. I'm just going to let it run until the logs are gone. We'll see what level I hit. But this bar is still visibly growing. Already 110 crafting. I don't think I have enough logs to make it to 120, but this is just going to be the way that I get to 120, I think. Anytime I finish doing farming, when I harvest these elderwood tree seeds, I'll pop back over here and just get a couple levels, I guess, because of how much XP this is worth. All right, I was able to make it to 114 crafting before running out of logs. So I'm going to call it there. We'll come back to crafting later. I think I'm going to do herb lore next. Start by making this alchemic practice potion. That should be pretty helpful, I think. And I should have herb lore interval. Okay. I'm going to stack a couple more sources of interval before I spend too much time on this. Let's see. Eventually, I'm going to want this preservation scroll, but I don't need it just yet. I let Herblore run for a couple hours. 105. The Slayer Bounty Potion is maybe worth making and or using. It's a combat potion, right? I'm going to use this Bitter Lime Seeds, which is a little tricky. I might actually, if I'm going to make those, I want to try to maximize my... This might be okay too. Multi-cooker. Passive cook interval down. That's pretty good too. All right, well, I'm going to keep making these for a second while I try to get my life in order, get my preservation chance together. Okay, I pumped mastery to get this up to tier 90 right away, just so I can make plenty of tier 4 potions. It's really going to be good for my Slayer grind later because of this chance for a task to count as 2 kills. It's going to save me about 25% of the time it's going to take me to grind out the higher tier Slayer equipment. I'm probably going to want to have that equipped the whole time. It's going to suck to not have the Diamond Luck potion, because there's technically going to be an agility obstacle that counts as Diamond Luck, but the penalty might be so severe that it's not worth it. I'm not sure yet. I have to have Herblore 120 for that, so I guess that's a good enough reason to work on this. All right, let this run for a bit. I'm 108 herb lore now, so I should be able to make these Star Seeker potions. I think the secondary is like meteorite ore, which I have basically an infinite amount of. Yeah. I might just let this run for a long time. We'll see. Pop it in here for 13 hours of herb lore. Hopefully it's been running the whole time. It just occurred to me I could have theoretically run out of resources. 113. It is still going. Okay. Adaptive accuracy, traps, reaper, and blacksmith potions. Blacksmith potion is neat because a lot of the potions for smithing, well, the one potion for smithing is kind of underwhelming. The seeing gold one. Well, this is easily 99. We're easily back up to 100% mastery after I dipped it earlier. Should be able to just finish this 120 grind. Let me check this out. It uses iridium bars, which I have 30,000. Chance double items in smithing is quite a bit more useful. So I'll go ahead and pump this up as much as I can. Theoretically, this should give quite a bit more XP. Yeah, 524 per potion. I'll just go ahead and let that run for a bit. Gotten enough XP from this so far that I'm able to finally do the last normal task, 100 Divine Potion 4s. So I'm at 94 tasks. I really should try to track down a task that I know I can do. I guess I'm going to finish up this herb lore grind, then I'll probably pivot either to cooking or fletching. Fletching has a couple tasks I could do, so maybe we'll just do fletching. All right, I'll let herb lore run all the way overnight, and I think I might be nearly out of resources to keep doing it. Summoning 117. I run out of bear. Yeah, I did run out of bear tablets. Probably would be 120 if I had timed that a little bit better. That's okay, though. Let me decide what I want to do, because I'm really close to 120 now. I'm going to make these critical strike potions. I have 2,000 Z-fights and not a lot else to spend them on. I pumped it to level 4 using mastery here. Let's go ahead and equip these two just to help a little bit with preservation, save my Z-fights. Hey, 120 herb lore. You can now get the superior herb lore cape, which isn't very helpful, but I have no reason to continue doing herb lore for now. Already gotten a lot of these potions to level 4, which is what's helpful. I've got plenty of these critical strike potions that I don't know that I'm going to actually use. Technically, now that I'm 120, though, I can unlock this guy, and I can afford to unlock this guy. I'm probably going to want to pump this to 99, though, so that's not minus 1,000 max hit points. I'll think about it once I get to combat training, but that's still a ways off. I think I'm going to do fletching next, which means I need adamant javelin tips. So I'm going to jump over and make a bunch of those. That's here. Okay. Might go ahead and make some rune javelin heads too, because I have such a high preservation rate in both skills that I shouldn't need to do too much here. All right, making adamant javelins now, and really hoping that I get lucky and get, well, I guess I don't have the pet yet, but I really want to get the beaver familiar as soon as possible so I can make some tablets and equip it. Checking in on several hours of making yew longbows. I just switched to those because I didn't really have the resources to keep going with adamant javelins, but I got a mark of the beaver, so that's cool. Can make rune javelins. Now I'm going to make a bunch of marks of the beaver. Let that go here. So I think I can just make that out of any kind of javelin, it turns out. Well, that's lucky. Got 21,000 of them, so that should work for me here. Let's just do that. Go. Oh, wow, I really should be able to get that time down. Why is that so high? Did I not... Oh, I didn't click one of these. Okay. And then eagle plus fox. There we go. That's more like it. Okay, made 490,000 beavers, which should be enough to carry me if I overnight fletching here. I'm just going to overnight on rune javelins. Geez, I hope that's enough to overnight. It might not be. I want to make rune javelins eventually, but I don't think that's enough to just let it run. So instead, I might let this run. I think with resource preservation, I'll still be doing it by the time I wake up. I'll just do that. Overnight fletching, 5 levels. Man, the mark of the beaver come in real slow, it seems like. I don't even know if there's any... Oh, hey, there we go. That's a really good pet to get. I got it somewhat late, but it could have been worse. All right, let me see what all I want to make here. Can complete another task here. 5,000 rune javelins. Now done 95 tasks finally. So I can buy this guy, skilling outfit upgrade. Then to use it, I have to find the skilling outfits. Not super clear how this works. Hold on, let me try to figure it out. I need a token for each piece, and then I combine all of them into one piece. So I need to go into fletching. Well, I need to just unequip everything. So unequip, 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 unequip. Okay. So upgrade 1. And now I have a skiller's hat. Okay, I'm just going to do that for the other pieces really quick. So I have to buy 3 more of these. 1, 2, 3. Then it feels pretty good to finally do this. A lot of bank space. Bank space doesn't really matter because I can just always buy more, but there's the body. Okay, cool. And now I only have to equip one of these, and it affects stuff that previously wasn't affected. So I'm just going to set this to fletching for now. So that's the activity I'm doing, but I'm eventually going to want to make it equipable for every skill. Just hit 95 fletching. I think now I can make dragon crossbows, which are slightly better XP. Yeah, so I'm going to smith some dragon crossbow heads here. Okay, 5 hours of fletching here on redwood longbows just because I knew I could let it run. And I did, in fact, hit 99 fletching. These marks of the beaver are really, really slow. Shockingly slow. I think the Skillcape for fletching is kind of underwhelming. It's just double resources. Yeah, I'll pick it up, but not super impressed with it. 100 will unlock some new methods, but since I can kind of sort of pay attention to this, I'm going to switch back to dragon javelins for a bit because they're a little faster. All right, just hit 100 fletching. I can now do elderwood short bows and corundum arrows. Is that what I want to do? Now I can immediately start doing the elderwood short bow. So let's do that. XP is actually pretty good. I have a decent number of elderwood, but I want to use that for crafting, so I kind of don't want to do that if I can get away with it. But I'd have to make, if I want to do arrows. Oh, the XP on arrows is really good. All right, I think it's going to be terrible XP, but I'm going to make arrow shafts for a bit. I don't need that many arrow shafts to make a bunch of these arrows. Shit, God, man, it's really hard to make a decision here. Or I could do the crossbow. It's 602 XP each. Maybe that's the better play. Let me go to smithing. Crossbow head. Yeah. I've got 4,000 bars and 80% preserve rate. I'll just let this run for a couple hours and then make those crossbows. I think that's probably the right choice. Shit sucks. I decided to switch to arrow tips because I want to be able to let it run overnight is the idea. And I can only get about 5 hours worth of arrow tips. I might end up having to make like regular bows or something just with when I have like millions of logs on, just so I don't run out of items. I really don't want to wake up in the middle of the night and run out of something. So I'm going to try to let these arrow tips run for a few hours, I guess. Each arrow set I make uses 15, so I guess 1 bar is enough. Yeah. All right. All right, I maneuvered to have enough arrows, arrow shafts, and all that to do the corundum arrows. I got beaver level 4 and 105 fletching, so there's probably something better I can sub to now. And it's spring finally, that's nice. So let's repair the chapel and statues and repair all. Okay. Enough tokens to get to 100% mastery. Good. I could do standard javelins. I didn't make very many of these though, so I might stay on the arrows for a minute until I figure out what I want to make next. It might make more sense to switch to augite. You still have plenty of headless arrows, so that's good. Just hit 107 fletching. I'm going to do augite javelins now, which I'm going to swap to. This does seem like it's getting pretty slow, but we'll get there. Really trying to speed up fletching here and make sure that I can do something that I can let run for many hours, like during stream or when I go to bed. And it looks like headless bolts are worth doing. They're terrible smithing XP, but I can use them to make onyx bolts. And very soon I'll be able to use them to make meteorite bolts, which I should be able to just run forever. And I think that that's going to be substantially more XP per hour. So I'm going to try to make enough headless bolts to let this run during stream. I think I need to have like 25,000 of these to be safe. And then I'll probably do it again after stream so I can let it run overnight. All right, I think I should have plenty of these now. So back to fletching. Let's do onyx bolts to try to maximize preservation chance here. All right. All right, I let this run for like 5 hours. Finally have Mark of the Beaver level 5. So in theory, now I can finally do this fletching interval for standard arrows. So I probably want to make nothing but standard arrows for my remaining time with the skill just to get that interval bonus. I can do divine arrows now. Let me make a bunch of divine arrow tips, and then that's probably what I'm going to be doing from now on. Oh, but I need more divinite bars. Do I have divinite ore? I have an okay amount of it. All right, I'm going to make divinite bars and then divinite arrow tips, and then I'm going to equip that synergy and let that rip. All right, overnight divine arrows check-in. Hopefully it's still running like it is. 116, pretty good. Maxed out beaver, which is nice. And I can make a bunch of other stuff now. So, but I feel like making arrows is the way to go since I get a huge interval boost for doing that. I'll probably let that keep running. Oh, the main reason I was doing this was to get an agility obstacle, which I should have now, right? This guy. I still need 11,000 meteorite javelins, 15,000 revenant logs. So I might go back to wood cutting. Technically crafting 115, which I should be able to just knock out really fast from some of the logs I've been harvesting. 115 crafting. I'm just gonna let this run until I run out of logs because I don't have any other real application for them at the moment. I looked at this agility shortcut, and while I could take it, the big problem is minus 20% chance to preserve resources and skills, and I'm going from plus 15%, so it's technically minus 35% from what I currently have equipped. I don't even know if that's worth the interval right now, at least not for certain setups. I'll probably just let crafting, smithing, and fletching keep going to 120 here. So I'm about out of elderwood logs, and I don't have any seeds for elderwood right now. I think to get seeds, let me look it up. You can pickpocket them from Medjormonte, but they're more common from Raven Nest, but I want to open my Raven Nest until I turn in the township task for 3,000 nests. Seems like a big waste otherwise. I guess I could finish fletching, I could finish smithing. I have most of the like recipes I'd want from all three skills, so getting them to 120 is just kind of a thing to do. I guess the cape for each of them is okay. The crafting cape's really good because of the reduced interval, and I want the fletching cape to make it easier to get ammo for when I actually start training ranged. I guess I'd like to have the option of getting that agility shortcut obstacle, whether I'm going to use it or not. So I think I'm going to switch to wood cutting next. That way I can also get elder wood, which is an option now. Okay, I'll just do that. This is sort of interesting. I did the math on this, and I think I actually get better XP per hour if I do the linden tree and the redwood tree versus any other tree combination, just because the interval is so short. So if I add these two values together and divide by 1.55, that's more XP per second than I get from Elderwood and Grove. So I'm just going to do that. It also gives me more Raven Nest rolls more quickly. It's not wildly better XP, and I do have to use candelabras, which I'll burn through faster, but I think it's still worth doing. I'd rather get the Raven Nests out of the way. And this is from like 6 hours of wood cutting. We're still not at 115, which would be the next tree. Not very close either. Wood cutting's pretty slow compared to everything else. And then Raven Nests. Need another 400, and then I can actually start using them for seeds, which would be nice. I did one more round of AFK here. I'm 115 woodcutting. I think I'm going to switch to the Revenant tree, because even with all my interval reduction, I think it's going to be a little bit faster. So we do Revenant plus Elderwood, I think. Okay. Because the XP on this is quite a bit higher, and the interval is not that much longer. Can buy this Divine Axe now, which pretty much just helps me with getting bird nests, so it's not super crucial. And, oh god, I'm so close to having enough raven nests. I need 20 more raven nests. I guess I'll have it in the morning, and then I can get the seeds from the extra ones. I don't need to turn it in right now. Okay, 9 hours of woodcutting Revenant logs, 1 level. It's pretty slow. Would like to get to 120 woodcutting so I can leave this behind and not come back to it because it's so slow. I need 118 for the logs I need for the agility shortcut that I'm considering. Probably gonna go ahead and dump mastery here. Get this guy to 99 to reduce the interval a little bit. And turn in this Throne of the Herald task finally, which really sucks because I do not want mushrooms or chili, and I do want 3,000 raven nests, but I guess now I can just open these finally. Potential good stuff to get, namely the Elderwood tree seeds, and I guess the Carrion tree seeds, but the Elderwood tree seeds are the stuff I'm going to be planting. Hey, look at that. I finally got the woodcutting pet Beavis. It's this chance to double, which isn't particularly amazing, but that took till almost 117 woodcutting to get. A couple other pets I'm still waiting on. I don't have fire making, fishing, cooking. I did finally get mining. I have fletching and crafting, thankfully. Those are the really important ones. I never got herb lore. I got all the way to 120 and never got the pet. I checked it on mobile and switched to the Mystic tree when I unlocked it because I need Mystic logs to do stuff. 119 wood cutting. Am I close to 120? Not at all. Wow. Yeah, it's real slow. Real slow. Oh, hey, though, I finally got something interesting. This woodcutting amulet fragment. I think I can upgrade this, right? Yeah. When equipped with a meteorite woodcutting ring, chance to receive ash. If I can get the ring too, I get woodcutting XP as fire making XP. That would have been great to get early, but it's a little late for it now. I guess I'll take the extra ash, though. Well, unfortunately, I got another amulet fragment before I got a ring, so I'm so close now to 120, I don't think I'm going to be getting it in time to get any fire-making XP out of it. All right, that was an absolutely brutal grind, but I'm finally 120 wood cutting. I don't think I'm going to chop trees ever again if I can avoid it. Hopefully I have enough logs to do everything else I ever want to do. I think I'm going to do fire making next. I probably should have done it sooner for the mastery bonuses, but now that I have all these logs, I should just be able to smoothly level all the way up. So I guess I'm going to start. U logs are already at 99 mastery, so I'll start with burning magic logs, I guess, and then we'll see how it goes. Okay, kind of a minor candy loop here, but before I start doing fire making, I'm making some devil tablets, but I'm also going to make some of these kindling pouches because you can upgrade them to get them to 8% fire making interval down. That means I need some pure essence. So I'm going to mine some pure essence, and then I'm going to make these pouches, as many as I can make with my charcoal, and then I'm going to let fire making run overnight, I think. All right, I hot swapped to spruce logs last night on my phone, so let's see how much overnight fire making did for us here. 104. Probably means I can burn something. I love I only got 130 charcoal in that whole time. That's crazy. In 12 hours? What a video game. Okay. Hornbeam logs. 55% for the bonfire. Very good. I'm actually at 98 mastery, so let me just go ahead and finish 99 mastery here. That's probably worth it. And I got to the final checkpoint, which is nice. Still trying to squeeze out 99 mastery on spruce logs, but it looks like I can skip hornbeam logs and go straight to grove logs once that's done. I didn't have a lot of time to spend on my computer yesterday, so I did most of my fire making adjustments on my phone. I did get the pet, which I'll show you here in a second, which is a pretty good pet to get. I wish I would have gotten a little bit earlier, but that's okay. And I switched logs a couple times. Yeah, I guess now I'm 111, which means I can use a new kind of log, and Linden is maxed out. So let's go ahead and switch to Elderwood with Bonfire, and I'm going to try to pump Mastery into it as much as I got. It's Revenant. Oops. Elderwood, here we go. You can see I got the pet there. Pyro, plus 1% skill XP for all skills. Really, really nice one to have. I ended up getting 112 like minutes after sitting down to report that I was 111. So I guess we'll immediately switch to red oak logs, of which I don't have very many. I probably actually can't let that run for super long. And in fact, maybe it just makes more sense to stay on Elderwood. I think every other kind of log I have tens of thousands, but I only got a few of these and used them all to do an agility shortcut. 14 seconds per tick means I shouldn't be burning through them too fast, though. We'll see. Checking in on another overnight fire making session here. 116, I think 115 unlocked a new log. Yeah. Oh, and summoning 119. I'm really excited to be done with the summoning grind. So I way overdid Elderwood. Let's go ahead and swap to Revenant. Fix the bonfire. I think I have enough of those to let this run with buffs, because it's like 13.75 seconds is the interval, which is really, really, really long. And that's all the master I have to spend, unfortunately. Ah, dang, I ran out of kindling bags. I guess those burn a lot faster than I thought they were going to. Let me make some now. I don't actually know when I ran out, but that sucks. All right, just got 118 fire making. I can now do mystic logs. That will take me the rest of the way to 120. Switch here to mystic. I guess I'm going to wait for this meter to fill, question mark. Goes, okay. Light the bonfire and burn. XP is not that much better. Did I finish getting... Didn't quite get 99 Revenant. I'm just going to plug in the point here. Take me a bit to get back up to 95%, but it's so important to have those at 99 because it gets me this big mastery bonus. All right, I'm going to let this overnight. I don't know if the XP rate is good enough that I'm going to wake up at 120, but... Well, actually, I'm pretty close to 119, so I think I will. That's really cool. Okay. So I had to pivot while training last night because it was pretty clear I was going to hit fire making while sleeping and then like spend hours training fire making at 120 for no reason. So I just swapped over to astrology since I still have a couple constellations to max out over there. I'll get back to fire making here soon because I'm pretty close to maxing it out, but I just want to make sure I'm here when I max it out so I can stop training immediately. Looks like I made a good choice because even after all those hours, I'm still only mastering 90 with the constellation I was working on. So back to training fire making because I can pay attention to it now. As you can see, I'm pretty close to 120, so should hit it in a couple hours. Hey, there's 120 fire making. Now I don't have to do this ever again, and I probably won't. I gotta pick a new skill to work on. I guess I'm just gonna start with fishing, because I know I need to level fishing anyway. I'll just fish for some... I think I need to do tilapia to catch cooking up first, so I'll do that, and then probably switch to manta ray later. I'm gonna go ahead and grab the superior fire making cape, though. I might come back to fire making cape briefly to get charcoal for a township task. And make sure that that shows up in every tab, right? It's basically always useful. Okay. Oh, I should note one of the rewards for getting a high level fire making is I can buy the rest of these cooking upgrades, which is great because I'm going to do those soon. So let's pick up the spruce cooking fire, the iridium pot, the palladium pot. Need to get more divinite bars for this guy. Elderwood cooking fire, the carrion cooking fire. And I'll probably set aside some time to get divinite bars. What I should probably be doing, I said I'm going to level fishing, but I should probably do cooking first, just so that I know that what I'm catching from fishing I can actually cook. Shouldn't need to fish that much because of resource preservation, but I want to make sure I've got plenty of fish so that I can let cooking run overnight in certain situations. All right, switched over to cooking training, and it's like crazy fast because I have so many stacking sources of passive cook interval reduction that my passive cook is almost as fast as my active cook, which is great. So I should be able to burn through cooking pretty quickly, I hope. Well, to my chagrin, I just learned that passive cook gives you no XP or anything really. So not so great. I guess it's just there to get you extra food when you're doing this. Maybe I don't even bother with passive cook honestly until I'm done with basically everything else. It's kind of underwhelming. It's got the level 5 Mark of the Pig, which in theory should give me... Oh, no. No, I get the 10% cooking interval. I think that's probably better than 0.3 second interval. Yeah. Quickly stepped over to get some Divinite bars to buy this last pot upgrade. Now I'm completely good on that. Let's just get back into cooking. Active and passive, thank you. All right, just hit 85 cooking, which is enough to do manta rays, which is what I actually want to fish for. So I'm going to switch to fishing and try to get a bunch of those. So I get whales, I guess.